here at the CCT. I'm going to be taking you through the both matches that we've got. One team from Group A is going home, one team is going through. Same is going to be true for Group B as well. I'm Harry, and as I mentioned, I'm going to be taking you through these two best-of-3 series. It's going to be Yellow Submarine versus Yandex and Kalmychata versus Liga. On paper, we've got some clear favorites today, but doesn't have to be that way. Yesterday, though, there was a match of Kalmychata versus eSpoiled that I thought that eSpoiled are going to be winning 100%, but for reasons unknown to me, eSpoiled have forfeited that match, so Kalmychata will have a chance to play versus Liga once more. They already lost once versus them in the opening matches, whereas Yellow Submarine and Yandex haven't gotten the chance to face off versus each other. Yandex yesterday, they did win a game versus Zero Tenacity, but in the end they did lose the series, and if I'm not mistaken, that was the only 3-game series that we have had so far in our tournament. Overall, in terms of 3-game series, there is a good chance we don't get one today either. As I mentioned, we do have clear favorites in Yandex and Liga in both of the matches, but I mean, they can always surprise. Yellow Submarine, whichever team these guys make, I mean, their scouts are amazing. They look pretty good. And then we've got Kalmychata, which I wasn't too impressed with when they played Liga, but you know, they probably grew from that series. They played Liga themselves, so they probably have some idea of what they need to stay away from, so as the result doesn't go the same way. You're now seeing it on your screens quite clearly what we're gonna be looking at today, but I think we can focus on Yellow Submarine and Yandex right now. We are gonna have a stand-in though. For Yellow Submarine, Difference is going to be standing in. Big fan of Difference here, to be honest. When he qualified for one of the Fisher tournaments, he was so happy. I had an interview with him, and you know, these young players, when they bring in that kind of heart and that kind of passion, I can't help but become a fan instantly. But of course, Bottega Infernal, Amorales, and Hakoda are players not to be underestimated at all. Though, ever since that qualification to that tournament that I mentioned for Difference, he has been very inconsistent. So I'm hoping that he finds his consistency, because Yellow Submarine, they're gonna need it today if they're to win. Sometimes a surprise stand-in can make a difference, right? Because no pun intended, because your opponents might not be prepared for him, and we'll see how he can get acquainted with the team and how well he can play with them. I mean, these players, they meet each other in pubs quite a lot. They scream versus each other. They've probably played with some of the other players in teams or some stacks, so I feel like it's gonna be fine. Yandex, much more well-known. TA2000, Chira, If I Fall or If I Fall, Problems, and Ike. Of course, as we know, TA2000, Chira, these two, they have made it to some tier 1 lands in the past, so definitely a lot of experience there. With that being said, that experience, we'll see if it transfers into an advantage in the drafting stage, because the draft is ready and we're going to be getting ourselves right into it. So let's see. Yandex versus Yellow Submarine, who's going to be taking it? In terms of bans, no surprises just yet. There could be some Undyings, there could be some Shadow Shamans. Nagas, there it is. There's the Naga being taken away. So, Queen of Pain still in the pool. Even though I thought with the nerf to the Blade Mail that the Quap is gonna be left alone a bit, people are still prioritizing the hero quite a lot, and I like that. The patch wasn't that big of a change. I feel like some key components were changed as to offer some different balancing, and there's the Quap ban. A lot of people are removing the Marcy. At the moment, in terms of position 4s, man, every freaking meta in the past 2 years, there have been only a limited amount of position 4s that people want to play. Like, it's insane. We're going to be getting to see a Lesh. That is a hero that is a potential position 4 hero that people like to play. Sure, it can be in the mid lane, but we've seen Hellscream do really, really well with this hero. We'll see if Problems is going to be taking it for himself. Probably can do it. We're going to be finding out for the time being. We are going to see a Beastmaster and Yellow Submarine, pretty standard. A lot of flex on that hero. Dazzle is still in the pool. That might be something that people would want to pull out, especially if you are playing versus a Lesh. Lesh having a Dazzle behind him, if it's a core Lesh, you're gonna have a bad time, my friend. So that is another hero that kind of made it through in this first ban and pick phase. But for now, Yandex, they're going to be taking it easy. Neither of the teams used their reserve time, so it seems that they've gotten themselves somewhat prepared for the opening of the draft. And considering that you are in an elimination game, you should come very well prepared to what's going on. Make it to the uh, if you make it to the playoffs, there's upper lower bracket, so you're secure that you're going to be playing at least two more series. But right now, it's all on the line. You lose two best of threes in the groups, you're out. You win two best of threes, you are in. I mean, you could basically from these groups make a double elimination bracket itself if you want to look at it that way. Tusk, another position forward that is somewhat popular, but as I mentioned, position fours are in high demand. And I don't know, Ice Frog, what the hell you're doing, but can we get some position fours stronger, please? If that's not too much of an issue. I've seen a couple of Skywrath mages come from time to time, and it is a surprise that the hero wasn't more popular. I mean, when you have Storm Spirit, Puck, Swap in a meta, there was also Axe for a very long time, which is one of the best laning partners for a Skywrath mage, and you don't have a Sky mage, then it just goes to show that only a specific type of hero works, and that makes it for a less versatile draft, at least from position 4. Not the same for other roles, I have to say. Dazzle made it through, but Disruptor will be picked up. Very popular hero in this tournament. I'm quite happy about it. We have a lot of Eastern European teams, and Disruptor uh, throughout the years has been the most popular hero in the Eastern European region, right? There's just some region specific heroes that people like to play solo. Made this hero popular back in the 2014, 2015 VP days. And ever since then, Eastern European support players have been kind of looking up to the way the Yandex, what's it gonna be? This looks like a killer lifestealer game. I mean, other than the Beastmaster, these heroes suck versus the lifestealer. Unless you want to play a carry Doom, which is More, I'd say more popular nowadays, and T2000 does play a carry Doom. He always could, so that might be the case, but I'm a big fan of the Lifestealer here. Whenever I see an Ember tiny, I mean, Lifestealer just screams back at you. Okay, that's an interesting one. That's probably going to be the mid laner, meaning position 4 Lesh. Good chance. There is a chance that it's an offlane Kunkka or a carry Kunkka. The 2000 does play a Kunkka as well. Shira does too, so I'm not 100% certain where they're going to be playing it. I want to check if they played it in this tournament, Yandex. Hmm. No, nope, they didn't play no Kunkka. Oh, okay, they did. And they played it, I want to say, as an offlaner. Second to check. They played it as an offlaner, yeah. Okay. So offlane Kunkka Lesh, not half bad. Especially when there's a disruptor. He can annoy the Kunkka a little bit, but Kunkka is one of those heroes that has just such high HP. And you attack him a couple of times, Thunderstrike, and just one Tidebringer equalizes the amount of damage that was done. So an interesting approach to Yandex right now. I have to say though, I'm when I see a little bit of a pokey lineup, which is what Yellow Submarine do have, the Kunkka isn't something that I'm super confident in. The reasoning is that Kunkka does really well if the enemies wanna burst you, right? Or if they have strong commitment heroes in a fight, right? Because then the run buff protects you, protects your teammates, they don't die, and the enemy heroes have expended a lot of their mind they do have a better draft. Catching the Ember Spirit might be a bit of a problem, but we talked about it. The Bramble waits for you, and you're gonna be fine. Bramble catches him, you doom him. That's it. He's pretty much your doom target. I don't think you're gonna be dooming Tiny. Tiny could be an X factor, of course, but and you do have, let's say, 3 strong scaling cores on the side of Yellow Submarine, but it's not like the cores on the other side don't scale at all. So we have a pause. That's why we're not in the game just yet, but it is unpausing right now. So production, take us in.
Oops, what's that mean?
I won't lie, that was unexpected.
And there we are. Game 1, Yellow Submarine versus Yandex. Who's going to be taking the victory? We're going to be finding out in the next 40 minutes or so. That has been the, I think, the standard game duration for this tournament thus far. Maybe a little bit less than 40 minutes. Yeah, around 40, basically. So that's what we can expect in this one as well, though. I'd say that Yandex wants to get the advantage a little bit earlier. A lot of the tier 2 tournaments that I've seen the Kunkka in, I wasn't impressed with the hero. I always felt like he could do more in terms of catching people with the X, and I was just not happy with the amount of aggression that people were bringing in with the Kunkka. So I'm looking forward to Yandex using it a little bit more aggressively. Once you have like 3 points in X, it's actually quite easy to continue catching people, and especially because that is a great setup for a Split Earth, for a Bramble Maze. Anybody on the side of Yellow Submarine is going to be in trouble. Maybe a Tiny can survive this magic damage. We talked about it. And I think that's what Yellow Submarine are kind of banking on, but then still not sure about this Pudge. Amorales already preparing to hook somebody. Let's see if that's going to happen. Also, one thing we haven't mentioned, Sleight of Fist chains into a hook, but just as the X on the Kunkka, I haven't been impressed with Sleight of Fist chains into a hook and Sleight of Fist chains into an arrow, though. Sure, Mirana and the Pudge aren't picked too often, but I've seen them often enough. That was pretty dangerous for Chira. But he does get the ward off whilst the enemy ward was going on and he was smoked up. So that ward is probably going to persist for a long time. Both of the teams getting themselves into pretty defensive positions, and we are very unlikely to see any fights for the runes. It would be foolish. Though that boar is being sent to deny the rune, and nobody's running towards it just yet. Okay, he won't make it in time anyways. I think he should have sent it earlier, but in the end, it's going to be 2 for 2 in terms of runes, so pretty standard start. Problems is running towards the top lane. Nope. Just getting to the high ground to TP to the bottom. Is there going to be a glimpse? No. We very... However, problems. Considering that the Disruptor is one of the more played heroes, at least in the games that I watched. People are probably getting used to getting glimpsed once they are TPing to the tower. I really can't wait to see how this top lane goes. Pudge is going for a wave, killing couriers. Nope, couriers is not going to die, but overall, other than pulling the waves, you can't do anything in this lane. And meanwhile, bottom, the Tiny's taking a lot of damage. That is something that we haven't talked about. Is Tiny's 0 armor hero versus the Tidebringer. It hurts. You can see that every Tidebringer is taking away like a 5th of his HP, maybe a 6th. But in the end, it doesn't matter, right? Because as you get more levels in the Tidebringer, it's going to be harder and harder for Bottega to do well in this lane. Okay, that is a nice lineup for the Tidebringer. Bottega is dropping low. He has 2 stick charges, so probably not going to die, but still, he cannot get close to farm. These 2 range creeps are just going to get denied. Then maybe Hakoda can do something about it, but he's also putting himself in a spot where he could die. Oh, that's a beautiful torrent. Did they get him? Oh my god, Bottega surviving barely. Problems thinking about getting close. Now he's the one that is going to be in a little bit of trouble, but just standing his ground, very far from Hakoda. Problem's going to get a glimpse, and there's the first blood if I fall. Oh boy, they just got outplayed so much. Paul also took a lot of damage unnecessarily. They could have just taken it easy. The tiny, even if you get a salve, this hero has too much HP. You've lost so much. And they just allowed him to now participate in a kill. First blood for a disruptor. And your Kunkka is low, so he cannot go that aggressive. Of course, Kunkka is going to be getting a salve as well, so it is going to be a little bit easier for him to continue laning. And generally, that lane should go well for Yandex. But for now, he's doing well. Meanwhile, top lane, as expected. Okay, this is a bit too much, though. Infernal has 2 CS. 2 CS, 1 deny, and that deny is probably going to be a boar, so no denies. This is a problem. Pretty much a big problem for them, because whatever you're going for, he is going for the Helm of the Dom, but whatever you're going for, this is a timing-based hero, and if Infernal gets that later on, plus it's going to get devoured every single time, I don't see how he's going to be doing well. They just continue pushing him out of the lane. The Pudge has more CS than the Beastmaster himself, and we talked about it. Pudge not the greatest hero to go and stack for you. Morales, going for T2000. That Rotten Core. Extra bonus damage. But overall, the Doom is still farming really well. Kunkka 2, even with that first blood on the bottom lane, Yandex are still in firm control of this laning stage. Difference is getting enough in the lane at the moment, but you always have to be careful. One misstep, let's say you use the chains and you're close to the Lesh, he's going to be able to run you down with the Edict. Psyche and Morales are fighting it out. Psyche is going to be fine, though. In the top lane, he also has the healing Lotus. Meanwhile, we're going to be watching the bottom lane. Tiny going for his power treads. For now, just has some stats. Whereas Fall, well, is farming really well. So nowadays, the build for Kunkka is 1 bracer. It used to be 2 bracers all the time. Now it seems that people are content with only having the 1. Though I don't see much Kunkka, so there could be different approaches to him. Well, we're not going to be seeing him much in this bottom lane anymore either. Fall gets taken down. Problems is going to be trying to annoy Hakoda and Bottega. Get him a little bit lower, but he cannot threaten their lives. Pulling the creeps. Well, 3 creeps get pulled, so he's going to be saving that for his Kunkka. But overall, Yellow Submarine, I can't say winning this bottom lane. Okay, I can't say winning, because they were supposed to lose it. And quite heavily at that. So they're doing a really good job. T2000 continuing to eat boars. Interesting that he's not taking their ability. I mean, why not have the slow? Isn't paying attention, I guess. There's not gonna be a siege creep here. That is one big thing for a Pudge and the Mirana. You can just take out those siege creeps. It really does help. If you don't have the best lineup at protecting towers, and they don't necessarily have it. Difference? Yeah, he's going to be getting a haste rune. Plus, he is level 6, so right now, December Spirit is very dangerous, and he was already rotating towards the top lane. This is something that Yandex are going to have to be wary of. Saika is not in a good position to survive, and Difference decides not to go. He did leave a remnant, though. And if they click on him, they should be aware that that is the case. So if there's some kind of a chase or something, or maybe a hook lands, he will be joining in with his team. However, he decides against it. I thought with the haze that they're just going to be running in and getting a kill or 2, but he decides that farming, for now, is going to be more beneficial. Well, they're going to be going for the Kunkka again. The X was used. Torrent is there as well. He does have a healing Lotus and 7 stick charges, so all not going to be... He didn't use either of them. Okay, I was about to say not gonna be falling down that easily, but that was a very easy kill. Difference dropping low, even with the haste rune getting close to the ledge, that would have been very dangerous. He wanted to rotate himself. In the end, his rotation wasn't needed. Not at all. He does have an urn. After the nerf to the blade mail, people are now going for a full spirit vessel usually on the Ember Spirit. It's always cyclical, right? Very soon people are going to be reverting back to Mage Slayer or maybe a Maelstrom. But you always get some of those items back, even though people are probably thinking, when is the Ember going to start building the Spirit Vessel again? T2000 in some trouble. He does have a Doom. Will be using it on the Pudge. And considering that he has a Rot, he might actually die to it. But I don't think that matters. Psychic gets the kill, and especially with the Ember coming in, it's going to be another one going down. Problems is here. Chira as well. Difference, he has a Remnant back, so should be fine. In the end, I think he can only kill the boars, and not even that is going to be happening. They did lose 2 of their supports, so Doom used. He killed 2 of the supports. Not the worst thing in the world for Yandex, but Yellow Submarine still coming out on top. They're running towards that rune on the bottom lane. Budge deeping in. Is his hook gonna come over? The Ember using the Remnant, and the Eye is there. Chira, nicely done. He saw that he couldn't get there on time himself. Morales placing down a sentry, and goodbye, Chira Ward. So right now that high ground there next to the rune will be controlled by Yellow Submarine, who so far have been looking really good in this laning stage. The way that it started and the way that the lanes were set up, you would have expected Yandex would be like 1k gold ahead right now, 2k gold ahead, considering that you have a Doom. But they're actually behind. Sure, it's pretty much even, but I feel like they should have been ahead. Brambles. Okay, he will be entering them Infernal, and okay, because of that, he will die. If he moved a little bit better, he would have survived, I think, 100%. No Wisdom Shrine to take, but with the Golem, they can definitely apply some pressure to the tower. And that's exactly what they're gonna do. Infernal does have this Wild Wing Ripper, so maybe that can be a little bit of help to protect the tower for now. Ashira looking in terms of items. He's going to be going for an Atos. Difference, gets himself away. He did have help from both Hakoda and Morales there, so I'm kind of surprised that he decided not to stay in the fight. A little bit lowish on the mana difference in this game. Always, I want to say. He's putting a lot of emphasis on his farm, which for now is paying off. That is an Ember that is having a decently good game. Tiny gets a chipped vest. His Echo Saber is almost done. Bottega is having a time of his life. But if it's chained, difference, keeping the enemies at bay. There's going to be an Illusion Rune on Chiro, which is actually quite good. He's going to get glimpsed back. Didn't want to try to dodge with Illusion. Not needed. Difference, Sleight of Fist Chains is available. Pudge does have a hook, so anybody who gets close can die. Of course, the Lesh having the Illusion Rune, you can get out of those chains immediately and be fine.
Middle tower is under attack.
Ball. Not gonna be connecting on anybody with that Tidebringer. Problems. He's going for Yules. No surprises there. It really will help. One thing that you have to be wary of is that you can get hooked out of it or glimpsed out of it if it's used preemptively. So you always need to be careful with how you use Yules in this game, but overall it's a good item. Dodging the hook.
Middle tower is under attack.
Getting out of the chains as well. How healthy is that mid lane tower? It's actually quite healthy. All of the towers look pretty much untouched. Just a couple of pokes, but here's the rotation. Bringing in the skeleton army with a rally. If you're not there to protect the tower, they're gonna take the tower very, very quickly. I mean, look at that damage with the rally skeletons. Kunkka is gonna be coming over. X, he can use difference. He does have a remnant back. Needs to be very careful. Into the brambles he goes, and that is beautiful. This is what I talked about. what the Kunkka can do. They did glimpse him back to the bottom lane, and I think he's very, very happy about it because nothing to do in the mid lane any longer. Hakoda was ready to assist his buddy, but in the end, considering that he was just a little bit too late, it was a problem. Pudge getting a hook off and getting the Dark Willow down, but he's right next to Chira, so we'll be taking a decent amount of damage. Chira with an Arcane Rune running forward, but in the end won't have the movement speed necessary to close the gap. Meanwhile, Bottega, all alone, fall, coming forward. They're not going to have enough damage. Healing Lotus was also there, so this is still a 500 HP Kunkka. TP in from the Pudge. Chira did run down Hakoda in the end, while Infernal is dealing with a tower. He does have a roar, but he's all alone. So T2000 decided not to fight. Pretty interesting. Psycha goes down, Morales as well, but you're watching the top lane, and the Hawk stops the Doom as he was trying to run towards Infernal.
Middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, we don't want to be looking at kills. Yellow Submarine, they've been losing quite a lot of heroes there on the bottom lane, going one by one. This Golem helping out a lot. Yep, pretty much dealing the most damage out of everybody on the Warlock.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Not something that you don't see too often, but still a big deal. How many Sister Shrouds do we have? 1, 2, 3. Okay, that's less than usual.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
And only one Curio on Hakoda.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower has fallen.
So Kunkka has a Blade Mail, despite the nerfs. So what was it? The damage bonus was decreased by 3. The passive attack damage return decreased from 20 plus 20% to 10 plus 15%. That is actually a lot. And armor bonus from 7 to 6. Some nice nerf. Spirit Vessel being used. That is going to be the Dark Willow in trouble. Glimpse, of course, as well. Psycha, nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. This looks like a very, very dead Warlock. Another round of chains and a couple more hits. He's going to be taken down. 2 supports out of the way. Look at what Chira is doing with the left. He's going on the other side. Okay, he's just going to be taking the region room, but now he's going to be getting sandwiched with the roar being used. Pudge coming from the other side. They do have the glimpse available as well. Chira, the only thing he can do is fight, and with Fall coming over, they need the both. There's the run buff. He's going to be drenched in it right now, and the damage output is quite high, but not high enough to fight him. Kunkka this time around will be glimpsed back as well. I feel like he helped him again. That could have been a kill on the Kunkka too, but in the end, it is going to be Yellow Submarine getting kill after kill in the mid lane tower as well. Now they've opened up the map, something that Yandex hasn't been able to do thus far. And really, if you look at Yellow Submarine heroes, Sleight of Fist chains into a hook, and then if anybody comes close, there's going to be a glimpse as well to get that bonus kill. Yellow Submarine opening up the map is going to be very, very dangerous for Yandex, and I'm scared for them. Their laning stage should have been much, much better. Doom does have the Radiance right now, and he's going to be going back to the Midas once more. But Tiny is farming just as well, if not better. Problems. Gonna be getting the Terrorize off. Looks like the Disruptor will be fine. So that is an ulti completely wasted. There's gonna be a boat fairly soon, in 30 seconds. But if they find them before those 30 seconds, and I think they will, that's dangerous. There is a Golem available, though. Morales' problems will be breaking the smoke and the slight misses. So they'll be fine. They are poking on the Kunkka. However, that Blade Mail is really hurting Yellow Submarine a lot, so they're gonna have to get away. Static Storm not really used in the best way. Yellow Submarine will lose the tower, and finally Yandex are gonna be showing their power. They are looking towards the ledge, though. His team is coming, so he's baiting, but the problem is, what happens if you die too fast? And they will be going for him. He is dying extra fast. Glimpse back. Golem is gonna be dropped onto 3 heroes, and very nice Fatal Bonds as well. However, they are running away. That is the Helm of the Overlord, Infernal, getting away with his neutral creep, and see if he'll be able to do it. Nope, 250 gold extra there for Yandex, but in the end, you still lost your mid laner. You only got a support. This tower is something that you kind of have to take down now. With the Golem being ready, with the Siege Creep being alive, I can definitely do some serious damage to it. Doom available. Difference needs to be careful with the Bramble being there. That is a very, very dead Ember Spirit. He does have a TP. No reason to use it right now. At this moment in time, he's 100% dead. Meanwhile, mid lane, the defense of the mid lane tower is happening because Infernal now, he has the Ancient Black Dragon, and Psycha's, well, you could say Infernal That's what it used to be called in Warcraft 3, but his golem is going to be dying to this ancient black dragon. So some nice gold to Infernal here. How's the vision looking? It feels like the map is black for both of the teams. Like, they don't see anything. There's one ward on the map, and that's it. Placed by Amorales in the enemy triangle. At the moment, Yandex don't have... Okay, now they have a defensive ward in their own jungle, but it's very hard to play like that during nighttime. Okay, there is some vision on the bottom lane. I just didn't see it from the portraits. They have been placed quite recently, so it is then Yellow Submarine who are a little bit lacking in the vision department, but Fudge is preparing with those on the top lane.
Never refuse gold given.
So far, a pretty even game. I'd say Yellow Submarine are much happier with that outcome. The Tiny is going to have a full SNY in 20 gold. He has a Shard. He has an Echo Saber. That is a very, very farmed Tiny. And once you get the Shard, your farm starts to skyrocket. So he's going to be able to keep up with the Devil's Bargain Doom for a long time. They are rallying around December Spirit, though. At the moment, Yandex, they have no intention of fighting. Yellow Submarine, however, they will be going for a smoke towards the top lane. Morales leading the charge. Actually, the Ancient Black Dragon is leading the charge. Difference leaving a remnant. Where are they gonna go? Kunkka is not in a good position. However, they don't know he's there, so Paul is gonna be fine. He will be TPing out just in case. At this point, you kind of start getting scared on the map. Nobody's showing. Despite a lot of focus on the farm early on, the Ember really has fallen behind quite heavily. I mean, Spirit Vessel is always going to be useful, but his damage output is just not going to be that high. I mean, he has a Kaya and a Spirit Vessel, and that's about it. Though, I feel like for a Lesh, it's an even bigger problem because you need to commit with this hero, and you're going into heroes that can do solid amounts of damage. Oh, X being used. There is as well. There's the Blinkin. And the Golem as well, the two supports. They're surrounded from from pretty much every side. Surrounded would be enough to explain their predicament. With that being said, this mid lane tower should finally fall. Yandex, it has been a long time since they've started trying to get this tower down. You know, people who haven't been watching Dota recently, when I say recently, like 2 years, would think they have a Lesh and they haven't taken down the mid lane tower, but the thing is, hero doesn't work that way any longer. It does if you go for the other facet, which I haven't seen people do at all. Like, Misanthropy has been the go-to for a very long time, and I haven't seen an exception. X being used on difference. He will dodge the X and the Torrent, has the Remnant back, goes onto the high ground, dodges the Curse Crown as well. So that is everything done really, really well. Trying to get out, difference, he doesn't really have mana, so that means that he's just going to die. He does have one more Sleight of Fist to delay, could be annoying, but ultimately he will fall by fall. I feel like Yellow Submarine have lost their idea of what to do in this game, which is bad in itself. I guess it's fine-ish because Tiny should be a hero that can carry this game, but you have to have some idea what you want to do right now because Yandex are the only team that's making moves. They're going to be getting a shard on problems. That is a very nice shard to have. I really hate playing versus the Dark Willow shard, or consequently I love having it in my team. It just makes it so hard for the enemies to move inside of a fight because there's so many brambles on the ground. Bottega has been found. He doesn't have the BKB just yet. Terrorize will be connecting. Here comes the Aghanim Scepter boat from the Kunkka, and he needs some help with the hook back. Will be fine. Curse Crown will be connecting, and there's those brambles, but instantly they're gonna be eating the Dark Willow, eating her alive. Nothing she can do about it. T2000 doesn't even have mana for his Doom. There's gonna be a roar onto the Kunkka. His run buff is gonna be expiring soon. He has 21 charges. He have a billion want charges. He's still going to die, and now the chase is on. You have a glimpse in 5 seconds. TP out will be successful. They will not have the glimpse, and of course the hook will miss, but in the end Just goes to show how strong this Tiny is. I guess Yellow Submarine, they weren't doing anything. They looked lost because they understand that their Tiny is going to be winning this game on his own. And really, at the moment, you do not have the damage to kill him. You need to throw out everything.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
The boat, the Doom, Lesh to be there. Like, every single thing needs to be dropped onto this Tiny to die. And imagine if he gets hooked away. It's a problem. I really like this blade mail on the Pudge as well. If he jumps into the fight, he has the Essence String, not the upgraded one, but 240 HP is nothing to laugh at. You jump in, you start the rot, you pop the blade mail, you're actually going to be doing massive amounts of damage. Even if you die, it's not that big of a deal. Yellow Submarine in a smoke, they smell blood. I think they understand that they're stronger now, especially with the Tiny having the BKB. That was the last time that you were going to catch him without it. Speaking of BKBs, Doom has his. Kunkai is working towards his, but that's probably gonna take a long time.
Gold from my chest.
Well, that is gonna be a Doom caught. Golem dropped to save him a little bit. Doom onto the Tiny. I think he just moves away now. He does have the BKB, thinking he can fight with the pipe being there. He will glimpse back the Lash, so... Yeah, Bottega is getting this one. Saika gets taken out. That is a very nice Cursed Crown, but I don't think that's going to be stopping them at all. Bottega is just way too strong fall. He is tanky, but you're not going to be moving an inch when you're surrounded by these many heroes. Yeah, Yandex are looking... They're looking helpless. That early game that they didn't do well in is really coming back to bite them. So into the Roche pit they go. Anything to stop them? Not really. I mean, the Lash doesn't have a TP. He's also low on mana. There's no Doom. There's no Kunkka. Goodbye. Roche will be taking down. Bottega will be getting this one for sure. And he didn't even use his 9-second BKB. So still has it. Still healthy BKB. The healthiest that he can be. Bottega gets himself an Aegis. Shadow Blade next on the menu, just to have a little bit more of an initiation. But of course, once you get the Silver Edge, the damage output of that item is quite high. This is, again, not impressed with the Kunkka. We saw a couple of moves, but I feel like though the most of the damage was done in the laning phase, where it should have been so easy to win. The Doom is still at the top of the network chart, and he does pack a punch with the pack leader Zora. But the thing is, nobody else benefits from it, right? If you had another right clicker, sure. But look at your mid laner, doesn't right click at all. Kunkka, sure, some right clicks, but that's not his main type of damage. He maybe gets 1 or 2 Tidebringers out in a fight. It's more about the boat. It's more about the torrent, the control. You are going to be lacking damage. Killing this Tiny is going to be a problem once, not twice. Shira is going to be going for the BKB next. He has the Kasanj. Doom used. Onto the Ember. He has a haste. It does look like he's going to live. Right? Nah, he's dead. He's dead. Maybe he can deny himself. Creeps? No. Gonna be happening. Well, even with the haste rune, he'll be going down. If the old Pudge shard was there, that he could eat him, sure, but it's no longer in the game. I don't know why they pulled that out. I feel like for competitive Dota, that was one of the ways that made Pudge viable nowadays when you don't have that type of a save. I feel like there's almost no reason to ever pick him. Though Yellow Submarine, they got him, and one would say that they're doing quite well with it. Though, at the moment, Dota Plus is favoring Yandex. I mean, when you look at them, really, they do have really strong team fight, right? Fatal Bonds with a Lesh can be problematic. But what happens if they just dangle the Tiny? Tiny's also level 20 right now. So he has the tree grab extra damage. There's the glimpse into Dismember. Goodbye Dark Willow problems. Really hasn't had much impact in this game. Brambles are annoying to play against, but other than that, hasn't done much. Maybe they had like 1 or 2 kills on the Ember because of him. Tiny is still chasing for more. Saika will be fine. For now.
is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Infernal has a 4-stab. That's quite interesting, right? Usually versus a Kunkka, you would see Yules as a defensive item.
Dire's bottom
That's...
tower has fallen.
I'd say that's weird. I guess it does help versus the Brambles and
Dire's middle
the
tower
X
is
in
under
general.
attack. Dire's middle tower
Maybe just want
has
to have
fallen.
more of a defensive approach for his teammates, for his Tiny. If the Tiny is not getting kited, he's gonna kill everybody. He's now working towards the Silver Edge, and it's actually less than 1,000 gold away from it, while the Yandex are completely stuck in their base. Dota Plus still says 50-50. I can understand the AoE potential of Yandex, but boy, do I feel like they're in trouble, especially because you have a teamfight lineup and you lost all of your outer towers. So where are you really going to mount up a fight? How are you ever going to be getting a good angle and unexpected angle for a fight? It has to be Yellow Submarine not expecting something that should definitely be expected. The scan was used on top, but that was only the creeps. So it flashed red for a second. And I feel like they're just going to be giving a false idea to Yandex on what's going on. Tiny won't be going high ground just yet. Nice deny from Infernal on the rune.
Bounty.
Doom or the Kunkka, but even the Lesh would have benefited from the AD rune. We still tend to forget it's not the DD any longer. It's now an AD rune, so
Dire's bottom
even
tower is under attack.
magical damage dealers benefit quite a lot.
Structures are fortified.
Bottega. Still doesn't have that Silver Edge, but getting very close to it. BKB on the Beastmaster. He's level 18 as well, so level 3 Roar now available. Doom level 20. He did go for the Scorched Earth cooldown. I'm kind of surprised because of that, because your versus a Tiny, so Infernal Blade max HP as damage just makes a lot of sense. Also, there's a lot of HP on the Beastmaster too, so... Weird decision. Maybe he feels like he's being kited, so needs the movement speed, not sure. Smoke on smoke action. Little Submarine. There's gonna be a glimpse. He has nothing to stop that. No BKB just yet, so it's a straight up kill. An easy one. Without the Lesh, I feel like they can poke high ground. There is no Aegis any longer. Ember is already going for more. Sleight of Fist chains. They found a Doom. He does have the BKB. Gonna get 4-stab back, and now Toss Bottega is running forward. Gonna get terrorized. BKB on the Doom being used. He doesn't want to use his ulti, and there with the chains difference gets into the enemy base. Only with the Remnant, not really committing just yet. Maybe he decides to go for more. For now, Yellow Submarine are going to be staying away, but the Tiny, the second that he starts smashing this tower, second that it goes down, they don't have the glyph. The Tiny will make short work of it. Question is, does he go for more? The Doom is still available, but the Tiny still has the BKB, something that the Doom doesn't have any longer. No Golem, no BKB, both is ready. That can help, but he is focusing on the Raxus, his team behind him, and it does look like Bottega will be able to take this one down. Torrent just to slow him down, and Yandex have completely given up on this lane Arax. Yellow Submarine, they look unstoppable, or rather, this Tiny looks unstoppable. Like, how do you kill him? I can't even say that Yellow Submarine played that fight perfectly. They played it well enough, but you didn't stand no chance. The Tiny is just running forward, and there's no response to him. If you use the Doom, it's just gonna be wasted. I feel like we've gotten to a point where this Tiny, he cannot be ignored, but also if you throw everything out on him, you're not going to have anything left for the other ones. Though I would say that the best course of action is just to throw everything out on the Tiny. Force him to get those BKBs down lower. It might be too late right now and too dangerous, but it's the only way. If you just wait for him to get the Aegis and go, it's going to be impossible to do anything. And maybe you can hope that with the Fatal Bonds on the Tiny and on the other heroes, that you're going to be doing enough damage to make a difference. Lesh will have his BKB, so that's going to help. Kunkka's 9-second BKB is done too. Doom is unfortunately down to 7, but overall, Yellow Submarine in firm control of this game. And It does look really tough for the other side. Let's see. Laika. As a Lotus, that's actually not a bad item to have in this game as a 4-staff as well. Warlock is actually quite farmed. I'd say that he's doing the best out of his team. Or overall, if we look at it, they're not really that far behind. So the itemization, in terms of itemization, they shouldn't be too far behind as well. But I really like what the Warlock did. 4-staff and a Lotus Orb. Lotus Orb is just perfect in this game. They remove the Thunder Strike. Precast for the Dismember cannot be used. Return the Roar, not hard to do. Remove the chains. All that makes a lot of sense. Things have slowed down a bit, but the Rosh is already up. So, Yandex, you kind of have to fight this. The Warlock is not in a good position to come with the team, but Ember in a really weird spot. Difference dying in a very bad time. Jumping from Morales, he will be buying back. Onto Doom they go. Bottega, they're thinking about dooming him, and they're going to be doing exactly that. Doesn't want to pop the BKB, goes into the trees. He's okay, he now turns around. Didn't pop the... Okay, pop the BKB, now finally going to be breaking the Doom, but the Doom is doing decent amount of damage. Tiny, not going to be doomed any longer, but here comes the golem. Maybe Bottega can finally die. No, with the hook, he's going to be fine. Ember, however, is going to be in a lot of trouble, and that is a dieback, an opening to go for the Rosh, especially with while the Tiny is low. Speaking of being low, same is true for the Doom, and would like to run away. That run buff was expiring, and Yandex completely forgot about it. So now, Yellow Submarine, they're on a chase. Tiny is coming in, as he would say. Dakota trying to find a glimpse target. Bottega getting onto the high ground, decides against it. They had creeps there, so they had the vision, but they did not have the range for the glimpse. If only they were able to kill the Tiny, but boy, he's just not dying. You know, it looked like he was low, but he had more than 1,000 HP left. And when he looked like he was in trouble, the Pud just hooked him out. So into the Roche they go. I feel like this cannot be allowed. You have the Brambles, you can definitely delay. The Roche does drop down fast though. Especially there with the Beastmaster and the Tiny. And this Tiny is hitting 550 per hit. Yep. They're coming over. Ember is dead. Difference. The stand-in not looking so hot, but Bottega is looking amazing. Doesn't have the BKB. Gonna be eating the Split Earth. Not really hurting him all that much. Glimpse return there with the Lotus, but the hook will be perfect. And now they're going to be getting the Dismember surrounded by enemy heroes. Shiro will be dropping down. And this is the effect of the Pudge. This hero just sometimes randomly brings you a kill. Something that you don't expect to happen. They still had the Roar available, so there was absolutely no chance he was going to survive. They're coming in onto the Roche. He's tossing them away, but he's not going to be able to move from the pit. Even though it was nighttime, he will be going down. Now it's time for a push. Whilst the Lesh is dead, you can just go for a push. They did it last time without the Aegis, so I'm pretty sure they're going to be making a beeline through the mid lane. Though, considering that the waves are in a solid spot for Yandex, I feel like Yellow Submarine are doing the best thing. They're sending the Ember to deal with the wave on bottom, and they are beelining mid lane with the other 4 heroes. So now you don't really have to commit in the mid lane, but you're going to have firm control in front of the enemy base, making it very easy to slide a fist chains into a hook or just remnant chains. Aghanim Scepter is down on the Disruptor. Use that on the Doom before he uses the BKB, or anybody for that matter. The fight is just over, but he doesn't have the Blink just yet, so not the easiest one to use. Paul taking a lot of damage from the Tiny. Lesh is going to be coming back soon. They still have the glyph, so can buy themselves 7 seconds. They're not doing it. They're just going to let these Raxes fall. So they're going to be fighting for the bottom ones. X onto the Tiny. He's going to be eating a Torrent as well. Nope. Speedy enough to escape. A little bit off the mark there. T2000. Going to be dodging the hook. That was quite dangerous for him, but he gets himself out just in time. Has that Titanic. This guy is not to be underestimated, but still, there are so many BKB piercing disables that you're going to have to be careful. So he has to get a Lotus Orb on himself. Bottega, they're always putting that Solar Crest on him. Yeah, 600 damage, and yeah, there's the Static Storm. They don't have a way to pull him out, so maybe with a Lotus Orb they can allow him to live. That's just not gonna happen. Bottega comes forward. Here comes the boats. They are gonna be getting 2 kills. This is the AoE fight of Yandex that we've talked about. Sure, you killed the Doom, but you do lose 2 heroes. I feel like difference is just unnecessarily always in front. The Pudge dying every single fight I'm completely fine with, but the Ember Spirit really does not need to die at all in this game. He has an Aghanim Scepter. He can dance around. He had 3 more Remnants to work with, and he's just always putting himself in harm's way. And he can just stay behind, spam Slide of Fist and Chains with a couple of Remnants in the enemy base. He's got a Shard as well. He can be hella annoying without any commitment necessary. And if the enemy start committing on your Tiny, then you can jump in. However, he has an Aegis, so that would just straight up be foolish from the Yandex side. The Doom wasn't used in that fight, obviously. He got Static Stormed. Well, Paika is dead. Problems is in some trouble as well. Tiny, he wants him. Okay, he stopped the TP because of the gem. And the Harpoon will just pull him out of the Yules.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, that's... Problems could have escaped, but because he saw the gem, he's like, I want the gem. Well, my friend, you're not going to be able to get it. That's 2 supports dead, both of which do have buybacks, and the glyph is available, so going high ground for Yellow Submarine isn't the easiest. Prowess places down a ward. The supports are not there. You don't really have good range on your heroes anyways, so taking down that ward is hard.
Dire's bottom tower.
Our dead Bottega. Is he gonna continue with the push? He still has an Aegis for another minute and a half, so why wouldn't he? Split Earth, level 25 Tiny. He has 2 toss charges there. The Hook Lotus Orb at least to defend him, and he did get an X, so getting the Lash out was easy. Bottega, he wants to die once, he wants to kill the Doom, however, who will be going with an Outworld Staff, but in the end should still fall. Force Staff keeping him alive. If he's not next to the Tiny with the Satanic, he can heal so much, he's gonna be dooming the Ember. Tiny coming back to the world of the living, and now it's his turn to smash everybody into pieces. The Doom will be taken down, 90 seconds on the sidelines. It is gonna be the Ember dropping down. He doesn't have the buyback, but Chira, Outworld Staff, trying to keep himself alive. In the end, it's not gonna be possible. Bottega is just way too strong. They're buying back, but he's full HP, full mana, full everything, while he's killing everybody on Yandex. Bottega, a bit too strong with a triple kill. He has overtaken this fight. He will be going back, it seems now, with 4 of the buybacks being used. The other side, they still don't have the Doom one. I mean, naturally, usually they are missing the gold. Yeah, she's just pushing. They're gonna have to stop him. Trying to get away, getting in a position to get hooked out. They want to get in front, but with the Outworld Staff, he protected himself but allowed him to get out. Now Bottega thinking about re-engaging. He's gonna be going with the Harpoon in. Wants to finish off the Lash, and with the double toss, we'll be doing exactly that. There's the Dismember, Force Staff on the Kunkka. They need to keep him alive. Well, at this moment in time, it doesn't matter because they have given up. There's nothing more to give for Yandex, and they are gonna be losing game 1. Yellow Submarine, this Tiny pick, the decision to put him in the position 1 role got them the victory, even though around the 20-minute mark, they kind of looked lost and Yandex were the only team that was making any moves. Yellow Submarine, they knew our Tiny is way too strong, and when they started bringing him into the fights, he was unkillable. One fight after the other, they couldn't bring him down, and his damage output was just increasing, up until one point that you couldn't deal with him at all. So, Yellow Submarine, they get victory in game 1. Now they're 1 game away from going into the playoffs, whereas Yandex are 1 game away from being eliminated. Which is it going to be? We find out after the break.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's bottom
in the second banning phase. Maybe gonna be removing the support, something like a Willow or Disruptor. Sure, I think this is the first game I'm casting in this tournament that there is no Disruptor. Maybe a second one, but the hero has gotten very very popular. Considering that the first pick in the second phase is going to Yandex, that'll be just the easiest hero to pick up considering how teams are playing at the moment. But Yandex, what's it gonna be? They ban out the puck, and they get themselves a Marcy. Marcy made it through. Yeah, completely forgot about her. I feel like the games that I've cast, she's either picked or banned. Yeah, these are all standard supports, right? Okay, which supports are left that are good, and they just pick them. That's it, right? It's kind of a bum. It takes away from thinking about the draft a little bit in depth because this is just what we see every single game. We see Dark Willows, we see Warlocks, we see Marcies, we see Disruptors, and that's pretty much it. Pugna, if she makes it through here and there, it's a bit of a bummer, not gonna lie. So, Yandex, what do you get here? They are taking their time a little bit here. These two picks are very important because you can get countered quite heavily on the 18th pick, especially because the enemies have a Monkey King. So now you're going to be revealing a little bit, and from just what you're picking, they can make a decision what they're going to do with the Monkey. Hmm. It's not an easy situation for them in the draft. I feel like the enemies, they already have a lot of team fight. They have prepared solid lanes just because of this Monkey King. So I think they're just gonna go for standard stuff. T2000 Gyro, considering that you have a Marcy in your team, makes a lot of sense. I'm guessing you're gonna leave the Lesh as a flex. Nah, it's going mid, right? I haven't seen 5 Marcy. I've mostly seen 4 Marcy, so I'm guessing it's gonna be a Lesh in the mid lane, 100%. So maybe get another support. Yeah, it's gonna be an Undying laning with the Gyro. I really wouldn't mind the. Okay, actually, I would mind the Terrorblade versus a Lesh. Uh, Something that deals with the Tombstone. Well, this is actually not a bad Medusa game. I know. Actually, it's a really really good Medusa game. Because what does the Medusa like? She likes to have good counter initiation behind her. All three of these heroes are good. Yeah, that's a perfect pick. Deals with the Tombstone. Doesn't care about the less overtime damage. Usually waste all of your mana before you kill her. One thing that you have to be careful of in the lane is the Marcy just pulling you back and killing you. But I feel like Yellow Submarine in the laning phase has looked better than Yandex. Not a lot better, but definitely better. So let's see. What do they need? They need an offlaner, something like I guess Enigma could be dangerous. You do have a Warlock to cancel out the Black Hole though, and even the Stone Gaze. Yeah, probably not. But laning stage wise, the Medusa doesn't deal too well with the Eidolons. She's fine, but she's not perfect. Um, is there anything else that the Medusa really wouldn't like to play against? You want constant damage output versus the Medusa, which at the moment only the Gyro gives. So I feel like countering the Medusa isn't the best way to go about it. Probably, hmm, try to I would try to slow down her laning stage. Maybe get something that can reposition the Medusa, like a Magnus would be a good choice. Oh, imagine they pull out a Razor. That would actually be cool. Razor would actually make a lot of sense. It would be a clear-cut Medusa counter throughout the game, You can sit on the Medusa. It actually lanes well with the Marcy. You would be lacking a little bit in the lockdown department, but you're fine-ish. Your backline supports are a little bit squishy though, so maybe get rid of backline jumpers like, your classic Mars. Maybe a Night Stalker. I haven't seen a Night Stalker in quite some time. I feel like if they're picking up an offlaner, Magnus is up there on the list. Mars maybe to protect from the Medusa. Pango. Pango is actually not that bad. Builds into a defusal, controls the fight for a long time, doesn't care about the stone gaze too much. Actually wouldn't be a bad pick. And you have a last pick, so you're not gonna be afraid of like a primal beast coming out or something. Question is Yellow Submarine. They need an offlaner as well. So they can pick some of those. Something good versus the Gyro and the Undying. I feel like Pango would be okay for them as well. Magnus too. Like ban one, pick the other. Actually wouldn't hate an approach like that. Underlord, which is kind of popular, not the best one. Darkseer is a good ban. Completely forgot about him, especially laning with Marcy. And it is great, great at buffing up the Lesh. One thing that the Lesh needs definitely is movement speed. It's ways to move around the map, mobility, and Darkseer gives them that. I haven't seen a lot of Brewmaster. I wouldn't like him here too much though. Oh, they go Magnus. Okay. They take that away from your opponents. I feel like now Mars is probably the best. Maybe if they want to play a Bristleback, I wouldn't hate that. That would actually be a good one versus the Medusa minus armor as well. Gyro would like it. Again, you might have some lockdown issues, but I'd be fine with it. So Underlord, Mars, Tango. Offlane Undying. Okay. So it's gonna be Undying and a Bane probably laning, I think. No, Bane is gonna be picked up by their position 5. I have seen a lot of position 4 Banes though, but as I mentioned, I have seen a lot of 5 Marcies. On paper, the Undying can do okay versus the Medusa in the lane. But the thing is, you don't care much about the decay, and he's just gonna be getting your wand up. I feel like Yellow Submarine have gotten themselves a good lineup for potential success. Yeah, they got everything they needed. Bottega is once again allowed to just have a free game. This Medusa is just going to be untouchable. And it's one of the heroes that doesn't really mind attacking the Tombstone because you're still going to be doing damage to the heroes around. And you have 4 heroes that have counter initiation. So I feel like this Undying and the Lesh are going to have to be going so deep behind enemy lines. It is a necessity. You have to stop those counter initiations around the Medusa. If you decide to just go for the Medusa and allow for the backlines to have the Wukong Command, Golem, Terrorize, RP, whichever, just be used around the Medusa, she's going to kill everybody. Let's look at the laning stage though. So we've got a Dying Marcy and the Bane Gyro. I feel like once again Yandex has very strong lanes. So this time they cannot. I feel like they cannot drop the ball. The laning stage has to go well for them. Sure, the lanes on the other side are not bad, but there is some negative synergy between the Warlock and the Medusa. They don't really do too well together. Magnus and the Dark Willow, on the other hand, are an X factor. I mean, these two can always make a lane very, very hard to play into.
Prepare for battle.
Looking forward to this game, not gonna lie. I feel like the drafts are a little bit closer than they were in the previous game.
You just did that.
But last game I did the favor Yandex and they lost. So, but again, one thing that is 100% certain is that late game, a farm Medusa wins. I always repeat it's more of a timing based hero, but in this game I feel like it's also an ultra late game hero as well. Right? But if you get your Manta into a butterfly in a decent timing, you're the other team is gonna have a bad time. Like a really, really bad time.
30 seconds to battle.
Difference placing some nice vision. Let's see if we're gonna be getting a level 1 fight here. They have been very rare though. We maybe see a first blood here and there if somebody missteps. Like Saika might be misstepping right now. Smoke does break. He's thinking that they cannot kill him. And really level 1 of Yellow Submarine isn't that great. Ortega. I'm gonna get pushed back. Difference, he does finish off Saika. I actually can't believe that he really stayed for that long. This Medusa might need to TP up. He's gonna be doing exactly that. He knows that they're gonna be annoying him. Of course, they're going to be blocking the wave, but Ortega is looking to do the same himself. So he might actually prevent the lane from being pushed. But that is a good start for Yellow Submarine, killing the Bane, starting the game off nicely. It goes to Difference, who I'd say has a 50-50 lane versus a Lesh, and this definitely does tilt it into his favor. Lesh is annoying to melee heroes, but as I mentioned, Monkey King is kind of an exception always. That's how I always look at him. So, mid lane Difference, not really farming that well. Chira farming a bit better. But generally, you are going to be annoying him with the spam. But, Difference should be getting a decent amount of CS. Okay, maybe I misread that lane. Maybe the Monkey King is going to be struggling a little bit more than what you would expect. Meanwhile, Dark Willow, Flepped, sent closer to Infernal. This lane, it should be a win for a Bane and a Gyro, but a skewer back Bramble is always dangerous, right? You are playing versus 2 range heroes, so it's going to be a little bit harder to do something like that. But still. E2000 is just posturing aggressively. He knows that if he's keeping his distance away from Infernal, that even close to the tower, he's going to be fine, though. This is quite dangerous. This is something that can cost your life quite easily if you're not careful. However, his posturing was so that Saika could get the pull off. Really nicely done. Yeah, okay, this time around, Yandex lane starting off well. I feel like it happened last time as well, but then they lost a couple of heroes. I just hope it doesn't happen again, because I want to see a close game. Not saying that the last one wasn't close, but at least it didn't start off the way that that it should. Bottega gets himself a healing Lotus. That is a big victory, especially with the Medusa. You benefit so much from it. You can wait until you lose all of your mana. They hit you once, you get both the mana and the HP back. Yeah, it's dangerous, especially versus the Undying, who can get your HP down to like 50. Okay. There was some lag for TA2000. He was just standing there and being smacked around. A bit of a bummer. TA2000 needs to move away. Saika, they're looking for a skewer back and will be able to get it. Infernal was getting hit by the tower. Brain Sap is available, so I don't think this is worth it. Especially with the flat cannon coming in. Infernal will be taking a decent amount of damage. T2000 dropping low as well. He has 11-1 charges, so what he's doing right now is baiting Morales to come over. Monkey King doing well in the mid lane. Everybody's farming basically in the laning stage. I'd say that Yellow Submarine are going to be happy with that, especially because they got the first blood. Yeah, they did bring out a little bit more regen than their opponents, but it's still fine. Seems that the Dark Willow has blocked her own full camp. They probably feel like this gyro shoving in the wave just makes it easier for the enemies to pull that camp than it is for them. That is a decision that you don't make every time, for sure.
Really? You just did that? Denied.
Coda. Continuing to poke here. Finally, the Medusa is getting some free time in this lane. He was being pressured early on a bit, but Fall is a little bit low on mana. And the second that the Undying's mana goes low, it becomes easier. Saika dropping low. It's going to be his second death of the game. Morales in some trouble. Well, he's going to be turning around onto Infernal, but this hero is a little bit tankier for TA2000 to bring down. So once again, Saika will be losing his life, and Yellow Submarine, once more, I feel like they're outplaying their opponents. Speaking about playing, Hakoda looks very much dead. Fall, he doesn't have the movement speed. There's the Healing Lotus. Bottega coming in just in time. Hakoda is fine. Ooh, nicely done. Nicely done by the Medusa. Look for a second like there's absolutely no way for the Warlock to come out, but he lost the movement speed from the rebound, and after that, it was just hard to get on top of the Warlock. Chira. Going for Arcane Boots. No surprises there for the Lesh. Monkey King. The Fusel Blade is probably going to be on the menu. Difference still hasn't queued anything up, but that is kind of the go-to build for a mid lane Monkey King who is 300 gold ahead of the Lesh. That's pretty much the First Blood. Though they've been going at it equally, but the First Blood always makes a difference. He does get the regen rune, so Lesh is going to be denied the first power rune. Medusa in some trouble. Bottega, nobody's coming to save him. There's gonna be a TP in from Morales, and well, there's the Mango coming into play. I ate a really good Mango a couple of days ago. I also have a picture somewhere in my phone where I found a Mango in a store that looked exactly like the one in Dota. Like, exactly. It feels like they used that one. From same color, same everything. Well, Wukong's man being used. Chira in some trouble. He's gonna get rebound away. Ooh, didn't get taken away though. But he's still going to survive. Difference thinking about going for more. He needs 2 more hits. This is not gonna work out, especially with the Fairy Fire. Gonna be needing even more than that. He has the 21 charges, so maybe he's baiting, but he cannot do it alone. Maybe if he used those 1 charges would have been different, but while this was happening, TA2000 stole the Shrine of Wisdom, so the sequence of events definitely working out for Yandex. Despite all of that, the Medusa is still the top farmer on the map, so that is not changing. However, Yandex are they are still okay in this game, right? Let's put it that way. But I still thought they were going to be doing a slightly better in the laning stage. I don't know if this is enough. Sure, lanes, they don't have to decide everything, and they didn't drop the ball as much as they did in the previous one, but you saw just how much impact that early laning stage had in the previous game. Chira, he doesn't have the stun. Well, he doesn't need it. The rebound coming, it is just going to be the Diabolic Edict and the Pulse Nova that gets the kill problems. Did get a couple of hits from the tower. Difference is going to be needing 1 more smack with the Jingu stacks that he got. However, he does not have the range nor the movement speed. Now they're going to be going towards the Bane. Saika, very nice movement through the brambles. Very hard to do so when you're going up the hill. Sometimes the pathing is just weird. But this time around, the Bane is not going to be making a mistake. Thus, he will stay alive. Very nice moves here around the mid lane. Yandex playing a little bit more active than in the previous one. Though, I have to say, from like minute 7 to minute 20, Yandex were making better moves than Yellow Submarine. So it just seems that at this part of the game, they're more aware of exactly what they need to do. Which, in my mind, makes them a better team, but I don't think the difference is that big. And you do have a Medusa, which is be-all end-all carry in this game in particular. However, they want to slow him down. They're coming in with the smoke. No level 6, no Fiend's Grip just yet, but Chira, he is almost full on mana. Rebound off the mark. Bottega, he's going to be needing some help. They're going to be dropping down the Tombstone. It's time to just let him go. At this point, I don't think you're going to be protecting him. Actually, they're coming in with Wukong's man. The Medusa did fall, but inside of the Wukongs, with these Fatal Bonds, everybody's dying. They did get the Undying dead, but immediately he's going to be coming back with the Ceaseless Dirge. So Difference, you better get away from this one. The Tombstone is still going strong and it's not going to be expiring anytime soon. With Difference dropping low, these zombies are very soon going to become enraged, but he takes them down fast enough. Rebound coming forward, the E2000, he wants to get on top of Difference, and they do have the Blood Grenade on him, so he can't get into the trees, which means that he will die. Look like a potential good turnaround for Yellow Submarine. We know that their lineup is good at it, but they needed a little bit more. Maybe they needed that Magnus to join the fight, but he didn't, and without their offlaner, they were helpless. Ortega, he died just way too fast. He had a Mango, he had 5-1 charges, which is not a lot, but I thought he was going to be surviving a little bit longer, and then maybe it would have been a little bit different. Morales, he does have the Healing Lotus.
Who needs a cloud?
Difference with a Haste Rune. He's gonna get smoked up. They really need to utilize this Monkey King. After the first blood in the laning stage, he hasn't been looking the greatest. He is still farming quite well. Difference tends to be greedy sometimes, and I feel like with the Monkey King, that's a good approach. They are going to be going for the Gyro, and the Haste Rune is still... Nah, it has expired. But Boundless Strike, RP, and Gyro, TPs are coming in. Marcy is coming in. He does have the pick-me-up. Healing Lotus, 3 wand charges on the Gyro. Not impossible for him to survive. There is a Golem, however, and I feel like when the Marcy uses the rebound, that's where the Golem will come. And it's 2.3 seconds until the Marcy comes. It's going to be close. RP expiring in 1 second. Tough to calculate, really. I feel like they should be able to get him. Maybe I'm just being optimistic, to be honest. He does have the... Afterburner Rocket Barrage, and then you start running away. Rebound takes you away. You're gonna have so much movement speed. Yeah, I'm not 100% certain. Things are definitely not looking good for the Gyro, but it's not impossible for him to survive. So let's see. 3, 2, 1. Oh, they stopped the TP. Okay. Well, with the Golem being dropped there, the stun lasts long enough, they get the kill. So a nice call for the Marcy to just let it go. He would have probably just been another casualty if he decided to go there. Finally, a good move from Yellow Submarine. A much needed one at that.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is
Here
under
end problems. And be going towards Hakoda, and well, that should be an easy kill to the Earth Connects. But Shira is dropping low, needs to be very careful. Wukong's command is available. Difference being buffed up by the Magnus. He really does pack a punch. Rebound not gonna be there for another 5 seconds, and with the Bramble, one more hit, you're gonna be killing him. TP out, Terrorize, not gonna be there in time. He even stops it there. No reason to lose your cooldown. Boundless Strike, Terrorize being used. Here comes the A2000, gonna be dropping the cooldown, not really doing all that much damage, and the Bane is gonna be fine for now. Fiend's Grip still available. Difference gonna be caught before the Wukong's command, but it's gonna be cancelled. Wukong's command gonna be used. Difference is gonna be fine. They did lose the Bane. However, Monkey King survives. That is the most important thing. Fall will be joining in on the fight, but with the Medusa being here, nothing that he can do and no chase down will be happening. Well,
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
it's still looking okay for the side of Yandex, but the Medusa is getting ahead, right? I'm getting a little bit of a feel, like from game 1, that the same thing is gonna happen, the exact same thing. Difference in the trees. He's gonna go for fall. Dropping guilty. I don't know if this is something that you wanna do. Well, goodbye difference. Very weird decision to try and go for an Undying. I mean, sure, it's a big kill. He's farmed, but if you had the Wukong's command, fine. I have nothing against it. But this way, with just 2 heroes, it's just a death sentence. Speaking of a death sentence, Hakoda has been sentenced to death, it seems, as well. Nope. He's gonna be fine. Homing missile will not be connecting anytime soon, so he gets himself to the safety of the tower. How's the Magnus looking? Well, Blink Dagger in 50 gold. There's a Diffusal on the Monkey King, so items are flying out for Yellow Submarine. Their timing is now. Their early mid-game timing, of course, the Medusa is still going to be farming towards their Manta, and then the Butterfly, Skadi, all of that. The Blink is going to be flying out towards the Magnus.
Balance.
Dire are scanning.
Smoke from Yellow Submarine. Where are they gonna go? They are moving towards the mid lane. Good chance that the Bane breaks that smoke. He's very close to taking it away. Infernal wants a skewer back in the mid lane. A big core would be nice, but they got the scan. They know exactly what's going on. Chira, okay. He knew exactly what was going on, and he still stayed there. Don't terrorize RP to stop the rebound in his tracks. Beautifully done by Infernal. I don't know if that was intentional, but considering the tips, it seems to be the case.
Radiant's middle tower is under
Man, I hate when I'm using a repositioning spell and then something stops it. I'm using a forest stab, but Rubik is lifting me up in the middle of the forest. I'm using the leap, somebody's curing me back. It's very annoying, and here rebound stopped with an RP, so instead of 1 hero, you get 2 of them, and the Blink Dagger reveal from Yellow Submarine is pretty much perfect. They're also going to be taking the small stack. They're not going to be too mad about the outcome. Looking really, really good for them, especially with the mid lane tower falling as well. Sequence of events, perfect for Yellow Submarine.
is under attack.
And to 9 in terms of kills, the game is completely even. The Medusa is ahead of everybody, not by much, but we talked about it. This Medusa can completely take this game by storm. Nice scan. They're going to be finding out where the Undying is, but the rest of his team isn't there. So if he's not careful, he could very easily be taken out. Nope. Infernal is the one that will be taken out. E2000 problems are on the bottom lane, and difference is going to be going in. Problems is in the vicinity. He's thinking, should I go in? Well, considering that he got caught by a bramble, he's not going to be doing too much. Problems tries to get himself away unsuccessfully. In the end, will be taken down. As Fall is coming through the Twin Gate, and versus the Undying, you just want to run away. That is not the guy that you will fight. Definitely not a guy that you will fight.
Tower is under attack.
Right now, Yellow Submarine still slightly ahead.
Radiant's middle tower
The problem is
under
that
attack.
their supports have a lot of farm, but their Magnus and the Monkey King are falling behind. That in itself is going to be a problem. Shira getting away. Paul also stay at... He is away enough. He sees that they're just going to be coming back in 10 seconds. So Fall is probably going to be feeling a little bit better. Saika. Ether Lens is on the menu. He's actually not that far off from it. He's not super close to it either, but Bane becomes so much easier to play with an Ether Lens. 1500 gold away. Participate in 1 or 2 kills and he's there. I still haven't been able to find the Medusa. At some point, you're going to be starting to feel pretty bad about it. Gyro is farming well, though. He's going to have the Aghanim Scepter on top of the Crystallis, so the timing is now. for the side of Yandex. They are playing this game very, very slow. Pretty smart from their side. No reason to go super strong at the moment. Magnus leaping to the mid lane. He does have the RP. They've got everything. Medusa is not a part of this one, though. Need to be careful. The ward was placed. Saika waiting for somebody. Sleep into a Fiend's Grip. Okay, Scan is there. Yandex, they know. But they're not bringing in the Medusa. Not just yet. Wukong's command. RP. Onto him they go. They're going to be dropping the Golem. Here comes the TP from the Medusa as well. Everybody's here. And good by T2000. No, the rebound. No way. No, they're not going to be able to save him problems. He's put himself in harm's way as well. It is going to be 1-for-1. But of course, for now, you are winning because you killed the core problem. Is going to be next on the menu. Rebound in 2 seconds. He wants to get himself away. And now with the skewer. Well, Paul, just a little bit too strong. Nice usage there of the Shadow Realm attack. And a kill Infernal. He's quite tanky. On the other side, the Lesh will be taking out Bottega, being able to run him down. Has the Cursed Crown on fall. He's going to be able to get himself away. Still has the Ceaseless Dirge, and isn't really a target that you care too much about. But either way, Medusa surviving through this fight and the Gyro not surviving is a huge deal. He had his Aghanim Scepter. He had his Crystallis. This was the time. The difference getting pushed towards fall. He's just going to be using the Shard to get himself away.
Middle tower is under attack.
Smart guy. T2000 has that Crystallis. Infernal is going towards the BKB. Other than the Fiend's Grip, there's really nothing that's going to be stopping you. You don't want to be jumping into a Split Earth or something and that annoying you. So BKB just makes it easier to play. Considering that he bought the Ogre Axe, he's already committing to it. Same is true for the Monkey King. He's going to be doing the same, whereas the Medusa will have the full Butterfly and 20 gold. Okay, that's pretty much time to go. That's when you want to posture aggressively, get a kill or two, and then just walk into the pit. This Medusa at the moment is just so hard to kill. The only way that you're winning a fight is if a Tombstone is lasting so freakishly long that you see everybody and the Gyro is doing the damage. Right? I don't know if Chira will be enough. He does AoE, but he doesn't finish people off. It has to be Gyro finishing them off. And I think Yellow Submarine, they understand it. They're just going to be going for Gyro all the time. Bane gets himself a shard. Nice addition there. Nothing too big. It's not going to be changing the outcome of these fights at all. Undying is going for an Aghanim Scepter. I kind of like it, right? Because you're seeing that the Medusa is going to be scaling so damn hard. And you can't do much about it. So what you want to do is be a little bit more greedy with the Undying. And make sure that you are bringing the pain in the late game as well. Aghanim Scepter, even early on, is a nice path towards it. But we talked about the Roche. I thought they might go for a kill into Roche. However, they're just going to be walking into the pit, and that's going to be the Aegis into the hands of the Medusa. Right now, Yellow Submarine, they're in full control of the game. They're going to be going for the easiest tier 2 to take down. That's the one on the bottom. And I'm not sure that Yandex even want to defend this. Maybe you can give the Undying and then with the Ceaseless Dirge go in for the fight. But considering that he's going to die before using his ulti, obviously you don't want to use your ulti and die because then you're not going to be as useful. And it's not the best way to approach it. So right now he's there, kind of ready for a fight. It seems that he's not going to be coming close. In the end, you're just going to let this tower go. The smoke was already used by Yellow Submarine, so they're on a hunting trip. They're going to be coming high ground. I actually like this. Poke a little bit with Bottega. They did put him inside of a smoke. I don't think he was too happy about it. Let's see if Yandex were paying attention. The Golem will be dropped. Yep, scans are coming out. The TPs are coming in as well. Difference inside of the trees. Half of the tower already taken away. Yandex, they're not bringing enough heroes in. They're going to be skewering back the Undying. That might not be the best target. But if you can kill him and then just move away, not too bad. Bottega going to be coming in and fall. He did use his ult. If he dies, it is a big problem. Speaking of problems, he's in a lot of trouble as well. The Essence Drain keeping him alive. A couple more hits from the Medusa would have sealed the deal, but they do not have the damage. Not at the moment. Use the Golem, use the Wukong's command, terrorize as well. It is time to bail. They don't have the Stone Gaze either. They will be taking down the tier 3, but it seems that the Medusa with an Aegis just feels like he can go forward. The Undying is going to be losing his ulti, and he doesn't have a Tombstone, so I guess those are some big things as well. Bottega. They're going to be finding the Undying. He does have the Ceaseless Dirge. Medusa is just standing there ready to make sure that nobody comes close. RP gonna be used onto the totem Boundless Strike as well. They're just coming into their hands. The Ceaseless Dirge is gonna be coming back. The first needs to get away. Rebound. They're taking their gyro away from the monkey. Maybe they could have gotten the kill. At least they did bring down Amarales. Problems getting close. Popping the Unleash. Think he can do some damage. Bottega, he still has the Aegis. Even if they kill him, it's not that big of a deal. Boundless Strike gonna be connecting onto 2. Fall. He doesn't have his Ceaseless Dirge any longer. If he dies, it is the end of the road for him. He's gonna be using some sticks. Koda hiding in the trees. The Slackyan is not gonna be connecting any longer, and Fall is gone. He has no buyback. T2000. He's very low. He cannot fight, and Bottega can continue pushing. We are seeing a repeat from the previous game with Bottega being untouchable, but this time around, it is a lot earlier, and you're going to be losing a lane or racks 24 minutes of game. Sure, you have a gyro. Sure, you have a Lesh. Those are solid heroes to deal with the waves, but it is still 24 minutes into the game with Yellow Submarine controlling the map completely. Oh boy.
Time to move.
EA2000. You're running away. He's gonna be fine for now. Ceaseless Dirge will be back up. Yeah, never in 400 seconds. There is gonna be a BKB on the ledge, so that helps a bit. But still, if he drops it to Wukong's man, he dies. Fall gonna be using his ulti, dropping the Tombstone. Bottega is just standing his ground. He still has an Aegis for another minute. Gonna be slept there, and the side gunner wakes him up. Problems goes in onto the Dark Willow. Shadow Realm is available, but he's still gonna die to the decay. Problems, however, is not gonna be going anywhere, but they did lose two of their supports. Bottega is standing his ground, fighting. Difference dropping low. They've got the Fiend's Grip on Infernal, but it is gonna be expiring round, so Bottega, there's the Stone Gaze, turning him into Stone. Saika dropping low. Bottega gets a double kill. Infernal trying to secure away. He's gonna be using the RP, and now let's see how much damage Bottega can actually do. T2000 will be losing his BKB soon. Attempt to dodge the stun, not gonna be successful. Bottega, 30 seconds for his Aegis to expire. The Monkey King needs to stay alive to be able to cover for his Medusa. That's two supports for three heroes on the other side. Yellow Submarine losing their supports and losing their Magnus as well. So finally, Yandex, they get a nice fight going their way, but still, Medusa survives and continues to be the biggest boss of the game.
A tithe to the impurities.
Psych up. Is the Aether Lens?
Radiant's middle
Be
tower
going
is
towards
under
Hakoda. Sleeping him, denying the shield rune. Doesn't have the Fiend's Grip for another 50 seconds. Marcy only now buying the power treads. Wants to start doing some solid damage in these fights, and really he can kill the supports. Medusa on the other hand, you're gonna be needing a lot more than that.
Radiant's middle tower.
Infernal wants to find Fall. The TPs are coming in. There's the horn toss, and into the hands of the Medusa he goes. Bottega might want to kill the Tombstone first, doing exactly that. Rebound, saving Fall for now. Problems dropping low. There's the Ghost Scepter. Terrorize connecting as well. Thinking about going for the ledge. They will decide against it for now. Even with the skewer back, this Undying is not that easy of a target.
Tower is under attack.
Looking towards the mid lane tower. This is what they came for. They forced out the entirety of Yandex to come over here. So moving towards the top lane, getting the tier 1 and the tier 2 is going to be much, much easier now positioning wise for Yellow Submarine. And it seems that's going to be the call there, taking the enemy triangle. However, there is a ward there that Yandex have, so they're going for a smoke. It's now or never. That ward next to the secret shop could win you a fight.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
No scan for a couple of seconds here for Yellow Submarine, but I'm pretty sure they're going to be using it. Botega in a good position to break the smoke and save his teammates, and he is right now surrounded by vision. Yandex, they're walking towards their own ward, so they want to get onto the high ground there and dodge the Medusa as much as possible. He really does pack a punch now, especially with the Crystal being ready. Infernal. Seeing them now. Well, RP, there's the usage. Boundless Strike completely off the mark, and the Fiend's Grip will be used, but there's the cancel. Infernal is just doing a great job inside of the Wukong's man. Fall will definitely die, even with the sleep. That's not going to be happening. Actually, he's standing his ground. He's winning versus the Monkey, changing of the guard, running away from this Undying, but the rest of his teammates are just dropping dead. He might be unkillable, but the rest of his team is not. Botega doing a little bit too much damage with the Crystallis. Infernal, for me, the MVP of this game. RP onto 2, then the Boundless Strike misses, and then he's canceling with the skewering 3 heroes and canceling the Fiend's Grip. Meanwhile, and he's been doing plays like this for the entirety of the game. Difference really hasn't been looking that great as a stand-in in this series, but I guess good enough to win.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower has fallen.
They do have a glyph, can buy themselves 7 seconds. Sleep, only onto an illusion. That's going to be a second lane of Rags dropping Yellow Submarine. Only one lane of Rags away from going into the playoffs, from eliminating Yandex. Yandex coming into the series probably as the favorite. I mean, you've got Chira, you've got the A2000. But it seems that Yellow Submarine, the new kids on the block, Botega especially, with his performances on the Tiny and now on the Medusa, looking really, really good. Botega finds an Arcane Rune. Problems. Gonna be able to do anything. The Arcane Rune on the Medusa, that is a problem. That really does help. They're thinking of taking the Roche, and it is gonna be spawning. No, it's not gonna be. It's gonna be spawning in a minute and a half. So it's almost the longest respawn time. But a smoke from Yellow Submarine, this could be it. It's a good positioning from Yandex, though. They might just be able to stop this to win a fight here, especially with the Daedalus being done. The A2000, now or never. This Gyro needs to murder everybody. He's in a good position to do so, but Medusa Illusion gonna be sent in. Morales coming over. They want to fight. I mean, safer play would just be go to the mid lane, and yeah, there's the cancel on one of the TPs. It's gonna be Fall. You should have the Ceaseless Dirge now. No, it's gonna have it in 30 seconds, but won't be taken out. Nullifier to remove his Crimson Guard, and then a couple more hits to remove his life. He does have a buyback, even if the Ceaseless Dirge doesn't come up, though. Of course, it's not gonna be triggering immediately. Right now, you would want to go forward. Gem has been bought by the Warlock. You can poke a little bit, maybe get the glyph. That's a good one if you can do it. But they're looking for the Gyro. Not gonna be forcing out anything from him. Still holding his BKB, but now the Golem is dropped. However, no RP has been used. It doesn't matter. Botega is too strong. It's just dumb how strong he is, and they even buy back on the Undying. He knows that he has the Ceaseless Dirge, so he's fine. And the buyback from the Magnus RP is still available. Lift available on the side of Yandex. If you don't use it now, you're going to be dealing with Mega Creeps, and I don't know if you can buy anything there. Okay, they jump in right into the RP. That is going to be a triple kill for Botega. He doesn't get an Ultra. He can still get a Rampage if these two cores get close to him, but nobody is going to come close to Botega. It's going to be the end of the road for the side of Yandex in this tournament. Yellow Submarine, they completely outclassed them here in Game 2. In Game 1, here and there, you had some chances from Yandex, and they were looking better in the early mid-game. However, the laning stages, I think, is what decided it here, because Yellow Submarine, both of the games, you could argue that they had weaker lanes in both of the games. In the first one, they won the lanes. In the second one, they went even, and it made their game quite easy. Well, that's it for the first series. I thought that Yandex was going to be winning this one 2-0, and if Yellow Submarine takes the game, that we're going to be seeing a 3-game series, but no such luck. The Zero Tenacity versus Yandex series still remains the only full best of 3 that we have had in this tournament thus far. Everything was 2-0. Will Kalmychata and Liga change that? Will they give us a 3-game series? Well, that's something that we're going to have to find out after a very long break. The next series is scheduled to start at 13 CEST, which is an hour for now. So everybody, go grab something to eat, maybe play a game of Dota, but in an hour, be sure to be here because the Dota action will continue.
Stop plotting. Oh, you thought you were winning?
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower. Radiant
And your spark.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's structures are falling. Dire's turret
And, well, the split push is going good. Like I keep saying, the map control is not the issue for Pirates. The only thing they're struggling with right now is, even with the last minute of Aegis being there, how do you breach that high ground? Because Wall of Replica, Global Silence, and the Pulverize are all absolutely terrifying, fighting near the high ground, where AoEs kind of become extra punishing, right?
Radiant are scanning.
20 seconds on the Aegis. But it seems like 4 Pirates still want to push, 4 Pirates still want to be aggressive. Aegis or no Aegis. Alright, now this is gonna be a good team fight, as actually will it though. In comes a perfect initiation from Primal Beast. There's a follow-up ready from the Pangolier, but with the Global Silence it means no spells from Warlock after the Golem. And with only the Warlock Golem there to kind of fight with them. As long as level up stay in motion, they should be fine, but a black hole turns around the fight completely. Beautifully done. Lifesteal is still alive. Can he turn this fight around once more with the open wounds? He's trying. Otaku though still has an ultimate, and the Wall of Replica is annoying. But it's gonna be annoying enough. Nope. Marcy with the massive crits, killing 1, killing 2. Otaku, godlike triple kill. Oh, this is a rough one. Just don't get me wrong, chat. I know I said that level up had the better draft, and I still stand by my words, because going into the late game, they will win this. You can see how hard 4 Pirates had to fight for just this 7,000 gold advantage. Despite the fact that they're delivering the plays, they have a really beautiful teamfight combo between the Warlock, Enigma, and Pangolier. But it's looking like level up. They're running out of time to get to the late game here, as they are losing their first tier 3 tower, and with that, many Rex are starting to crumble. Ranged Rex will soon follow, and Marcy will take care of the tier 3 tower with ease now. Having pressed that Marcy ultimate to push, it will be 2 lanes of Rex. There is still a tier 2 tower standing over up on top, but you can see this is the first time in this game that the gold advantage has gone from a few thousand gold that you can't easily turn around with a team fight to a massive amount of gold instead snowballing now. Okay, well, everybody's alive again. We once again immediately see a team fight break loose. This time around, though, with the Tiny being focused, pressing his BKB in order to get himself away. And there's the beautiful Replica wall combo, but Primal Beast then goes in immediately after press the refresh orb. There's the infest bomb onto the Marcy, though. They wait for the perfect moment to kill the Marcy. And with the Marcy dead, will it be enough? Because this did cost level up all of their ultimates, but they're trying to get Mr. Morrow next. And with everybody losing points of intelligence while the Silence is still chasing, it's gonna be massive casualties. Not quite a team wipe, though, as Warlock already got himself away. And Pangolier does manage to escape the Primal Beast. Nicely done. Now level up have to deal with the fact that 2 lanes are pushing in. But this does go to show, like, late game the draft is amazing. The scaling is definitely super helpful for them here.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Four Pirates no longer have that big of a tangible gold lead. Meanwhile, more than a few, like 1 or 2 tier 2s, can't really be pushed by level up. It's still anyone's game, ladies and gentlemen. 40 minutes into the game, which means things are still getting better and better for level up the longer it goes on. But with a black hole, if the black hole is good enough, even late game scaling can be countered, right? As another 5-man smoke is coming out. Right as the Torment is about to respawn as well. Oh, this could be awkward, but they do have to fight up a high ground. With a blink though, Tusk is immediately gonna get initiation up on the high ground to give some vision. Tusk will get silenced for that though, not getting any snowball value. And with that, Netty Narwhal is dead, with now Enigma running for his life, but with a lifestealer inside of him, you cannot run anywhere where the lifestealer can't follow. Yeah, for Pirates, I think, see, this is one of those situations which it happens to us all, because I can tell you exactly what happened there, chat. For Pirates, what they were feeding, what they were assuming is, oh hey guys, we still have a gold lead. We've been controlling the map for 2/3 of this game's duration. We are the ones that have more items and more gold. We can use that for a massive push now. Instead though, they'll be falling apart. As Roshan goes down and the Aegis will get secured. Pangolier about to respawn now. No BKBs up on the Primal Beast and the Darks here yet. Those would be really useful teamfight tools here.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
Yes.
Well, level up, they have that Aegis, but they're not too eager to take a fight yet. Because I think they remember that moment where it was for Pirates who had the Aegis, tried to go for a team fight, and then just kind of ended up falling apart pretty swiftly.
Beast bomb.
Feast bump!
You almost had that.
And it looks like we got ourselves a pause coming out. Which is kinda horrible, because I still haven't had my coffee, and I'm really eager to go and make some after this game. But it's still anyone's game, right? So first we need to determine a winner. First we see which team is worthy of winning this season of the EPL. As there's the unpause coming. The final tier 2 for the Dire is now being pushed in though, and that despite the fact that they already have 2 lanes of super creeps, is making it harder and harder for Lifestealer to just kind of keep snowballing. But level up, even when they give up this Tormentor, they got all the tier 2s, they are now pushing high ground for the first time themselves, and the longer this game goes on, the stronger Rubicon is gonna get, because look at that massive health pool he's working with 630 stacks of Feast, and more of them to be made here. Has to eat his Aghanim Scepter real quick. And now Lifestealer tears Enigma a new one. Will use the Infest to jump into Otaker, hit him from within during the Primal Beast ultimate. Jump out and bam. They're gonna have to buy back the Marcy. And I told you guys, I just don't like Marcy 1 in this matchup. Like, it's not even like I don't like Otaker playing those Marcy or Dawnbreaker 1 heroes. I know he plays both of them. I love it when he does. It's exciting as hell. But Marcy against Lifestealer is rough, Marcy against Silencer is rough, and Marcy against Primal Beast is rough, right? So your carry is countered by 3 of the 5 enemy heroes, which just seems to have the potential to make any matchup really rough. Marcy wants to get this Lifestealer stun locked so badly, Lifestealer trying to infest, but cannot do it. That will be his Aegis gone at least. Out comes the snowball, Rubicon holding his own, but down goes Pedantic to Metzen instead. As with the break up, Marcy is going to die back eventually, and that costs level up half of their team, including their Lifestealer. But they did get that Marcy on a 2-minute death timer. So they know who to focus. Fighting on the enemy high ground, even with a decent looking draft like this, is always a rough one. But the target focus was there from level up, and that means it's just good enough for them to stay alive and hold their own. Once again, it's the Dire pushing just to try and force a buyback here. I think 4 Pirates know full well just how hard this team fight up the high ground is going to turn out without their Marcy. They don't want to go for that. They want to force, especially the Lifestealer, to press that buyback button. Yes, that's going to be the tier 2 tower. Sacrifice, but no buybacks having to be used. And they may not even sacrifice the tower just yet as the wall of replica comes out. Lifestealer wants his pound of flesh and he will claim it from a poor, unsuspecting Enigma. Metzen trying to chase for a follow-up, does not catch the Tusk teleporting away, and that was a nice escape there. But 100-second Enigma respawn cooldown in exchange for the Marcy now being back in just a second. Not quite what they want there. $12K lead for the Radiant, and it's just the scaling. It's really just the late game and the scaling, because even early on, yeah, I know Marcy can kill Lifestealer rather easily. We saw that with the crits, but the thing isn't killing the Lifestealer. The thing is catching the Lifestealer is kind of hard for the Marcy when he has those defensive infests up and ready. As Tusk is going to get mauled away at with the right clicks. And with the Tusk that Lifestealer, he just wants the tier 4s. He's saying no Black Hole, no Enigma. We're gonna get tier 4s here. And with the Pulverize, with the damage for the Marcy, they will! Ladies and gentlemen, level up. They are doing it. It was just such a tight match. By the skin of my teeth, though, it looks like level up are kind of able to end it here. Pangolier so desperately trying to defend. He knows full well 10 seconds. They have the Black Hole. 10 seconds. They have this game under control again. But 10 seconds feels like ages when your Ancient is already being attacked by a Tiny and a Lifestealer who just activates magic immunity every time that you're actually, you know, able to do some damage, able to get some level ups in. As that was an amazing performance from both sides, I will say. Otaker, like, he plays that Marcy, he plays that Dawnbreaker insanely well. I can see why 4 Pirates went for the gamble to kind of reveal the Marcy first pick, right? Because think about it this way, if the Marcy hadn't been first picked and countered by everybody and their mom, then this would have been a way different game with a lot more potential to end early, like 4 Pirates had intended. Because skating-wise, that's where they fell apart, right? They didn't have late-game insurance, save for the Black Hole, and they made it past 45 minutes without looking too shaky, thanks to the Black Holes being there. But the moment Enigma takes 2 deaths in a row without getting a good Black Hole, well, that's when the game ends. So, ladies and gentlemen, with that, we are gonna head to a little bit of a break here at the European Pro League season number 29. But it's only the first of a full day of 4 best of 3. So, ladies and gentlemen, do stay tuned. We have a lot more Dota 2 action coming up for you all, as I hope you're all very much enjoying the show, and I'll be seeing you all after the break. Thank you all for watching, and peace. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, I am once again live for the second game of what looks to be an amazing series here. Because game number 1, 4 Pirates, they did something they're known for doing. They're an aggressive team, they're a very kind of thick-minded team, right? They know these are the heroes Otaker plays well. They are gonna pick those heroes for Otaker, even if that's gonna be a first pick, and that first pick is gonna get counter-picked very, very hard. Because Marcy was doing well-ish, considering that she was up against 3 heroes that countered her in the last game, but it ended up not quite pulling through, and 4 Pirates, if this is gonna be an Otaker Naga Siren, well, at the very least, they're kind of obfuscating that fact, they're kind of being sneakier about it, but Level Up, they say, if it works, then why change it, and go for the exact same draft again, except that this time around they have the task, without really any tag team synergy, but I think the idea is, in case their Lifestealer gets banned, you can then pick some Urza or something like that, that delivers massive amounts of damage with the tag team. Well, Timbersaw picked up for 4 Pirates, which is still not revealing whether or not this Naga Siren goes into the 1 position. Because you can make Timbersaw a mid in the current patch if you really want to, which would mean Leshrac support or Leshrac core are both up for grabs, right? Like either Naga or the Leshrac can potentially still be supports. And that kind of swap around potential where you rotate all of your position. I see the potential. I think there's a lot of potential here, really. But we'll see, because maybe they're just gonna last pick a really strong Naga counter. Lifestealer is banned out. That was expectable, because this would have been a free Lifestealer game once again for Level Up. This time around, actually free, because while the Marcy was counted, the rest of the team wasn't in the last game from the side of 4 Pirates, right? As with the Lifestealer banned out, Monkey King taken away as well. As the last pick. Ooh, I think this is a block pick. I think this is something 4 Pirates are choosing for 2 reasons. 1, Level Up kind of fell for the Naga Siren 1 bluff. And 2, Urza would have been amazing for Level Up. Like, Urza would have been the perfect hero to last pick to get Level Up an amazing draft, have them be really, really strong here. But like this, that's just not gonna happen. So Level Up looking for their last pick. Come on, Level Up. What's it gonna be? I think the long hesitation already confirms that I wasn't entirely wrong with that Urza pick, right? Because I called it, but I called Level Up being the ones to pick Urza, because Level Up do have an amazing Urza draft, but what can you do if 4 Pirates are the ones that will be securing it for themselves? Well, Troll Warlord is what you can do, alright. We don't see that hero every day anymore. He was popular at the start of the D patch. Like, with a bunch of other carries nerfed, Troll is kind of keeping up again, but the ultimates are so hard to land, right? Like, just landing a good troll ultimate that you actually get away from alive is gonna be hard for Rubicon, especially with there being the stun from the Leshrac, the root from the Naga Siren, and the massive freaking catch potential with Urza just being able to Fury Swipes, blink on top of somebody, tear them a new one with those massive bear claws. But we'll see, because I don't know, I don't see enough Troll Warlord to really judge, and the draft as a whole is still looking decently potent, especially with the Primal Beast there to kind of enable the Troll, right? The synergy between the carry and Madsen's amazing Primal Beast, at least amazing if he plays it like last game, is given. Now he just needs to play it as well as he did last game, for sure. I'd say it's a better draft for 4 Pirates. I'm not sure if it's going to be a 1-1 or not. I'm sure gonna hope so. The Naga Siren feels kind of out of place, right? They picked that one with the intent of bluffing, of forcing the enemy to pick a lot of AoE, and Level Up kind of did with Palantimos on the Darkseer as well as Madsen once again on the Primal Beast, but I don't know. Like, it's not looking horrible for either side, right? It's a very 50-50 draft. The thing is, I do think 4 Pirates are potentially the better team if they're on heroes that they're comfortable with as well. Otaku's Urza is pretty decent, but I'm not sure how good or not Rubicon is on the Troll Warlord, because a lot of the people that play Troll in the current patch, they have been spamming and practicing him a lot, right?
Seconds to battle.
Four-man against two-man smoke.
The battle begins.
As we're gonna see the clash start. 2 for 2 runes, a nice ice shards from Atuf, who will skill that at level 1 just to make Nettie Narwhal's life as difficult as possible, but if it results in the first blood here, it would definitely be worth it. Madsen secures the first blood. Atuf runs out immediately, has to eat an Iron Branch, but you just gave your mid laner exactly the kind of edge he needs, because Leshrac, while he's squishy, while he's prone to dying to the Primal Beast, once Primal Beast gets an advantage, once Primal Beast has the level 6, before the Pulverize is online, you kind of struggle delivering enough damage against such a high intelligence, high magic resist hero, right? With that first blood being there, this should now be a more quiet laning stage, right? Because this is gonna make it a lot harder for 4 Pirates to actually take head-on fights anymore. Otaku farming alright, but you can see Yayo getting away with a lot more this game on the Darkseer. It's still Leshrac I still have high hopes for, despite the fact that he fed the first blood once due to some really nice heads-up support plays with that tower dive body block from Tusk. Ooh, Nettie Narwhal. Just a little bit more damage and he will be in trouble. Doesn't have his bottle yet. He did purchase it. Needs to run away from the Primal Beast though, and Madsen, he already has a bottle. So that will be the bottle getting refilled while Lesh only finally gets his. At least Nettie didn't die again. Because, yeah, like I said, that first blood just makes the time frame you have to actually farm up to get enough momentum to hit the jungle as that Leshrac and kind of show why you're one of the fastest farmers in the game. A lot slower, and it kind of forces him to wait a lot longer before he's able to go on in and get those kills going.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Natty Narwhal going down to Madsen with the trample, with the smash.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Two kills for level up now. They are just slowing down this laning stage once more. But this time around, level up don't even have that good of a last, like, late game timing, you know, slow team. They're more going for the mid game than for the late game is what I'm trying to say. So yeah, they are being aggressive. They are trying to run down Pedantic now with the Iron Shell, just to make sure that at least Otaka doesn't have a support in the lane. Otaka wants to be aggressive in exchange for it, but those Iron Shells are melting his health. Really annoying to just watch Tusk walk at you, giving you a good old Iron Shell attack. But Atuf, there's the karma, because now he has taken a lot of stacks from the Urza, needs to roll out, gets nice vision though from the Darkseer, and with that, and Surge. Clever plays, clever plays. This is why I love Darkseer so much in the lane, right? Every single kill that there is potentially becomes so exciting to watch, as long as Darkseer has at least a little bit of mana. As that's going to be Primal Beast trying to come over for a gank. He will find the catch onto Pedantic way behind the tower, but just the support. At least the Urza stays fine, and that's kind of why the gold lead is only 1000, despite right now 2 of the 3 lanes already being 100% in the favor of level up here. Urza is still farming. For Pirates, they're not completely throwing, it's just they're currently barreling towards a very scary mid-game timing if they don't make some return kills pronto. Specifically involving the Urza, because you want to salvage Urza's Battle Fury timing, you want to make sure that your carry has that insane farming speed and, you know, benefits off of the Fury swipe stacking up on jungle creeps, really.
Radiant are scanning.
Stop. There's gonna be some action, but cameraman seems too focused on the silence gang over on mid, which, to be fair, if Flash loses the end, it would be huge, because it means he actually loses the lane. But I don't think the silence gang towards mid will result in anything. And Pedantic and Ariel disengaged, using a lot of mana, so they're just gonna clarity on up. Head towards the mid lane with the both of them, while putting one illusion under vision to kind of try and bait top into thinking that Naga's still there. Interesting micro, I can definitely learn from that, because Naga started to send one illusion into the top lane to kind of show and be annoying, to make that look like that would be the real Naga.
Radiant are scanning.
teleport out from the Primal Beast. As Mr. Moral silenced up, ticking away at Rubicon, still trying to run him down with the axes though, and with those fervor stacks he will get the kill. Pedantic now teleported in. Pedantic, he needs to be very careful about this. Troll lost track of the real one though, at least for now, but Silencer
Wait, I've got something here. What the heck was that? I don't know. Hopefully it wasn't a bug. And it was a long break here at the CCT because the previous series was a 2-0, but now we are moving on to hopefully a full 3-game series. Kalmychata versus Liga here with Harry. And we'll see if that's what we're gonna get. In the previous series, I would have, if somebody asked me, I would have said Yandex is the favorite. They're gonna win 2-0, but they lost 2-0 to Yellow Submarine, so now they are out. So we know from Group A, Zero Tenacity and Yandex are going through, and from Group B, Team Next Level, and one of Liga versus Kalmychata. Liga definitely coming in as the big favorite. They already won versus Kalmychata once in this tournament. 2-0, 37 minutes first game, 39 was the second one. Both of the games they played in SF, so we'll see if Kalmychata are gonna let that one through. Probably not. Looking at Liga, Violent Erase, Corrupted, Hellscream, and Vierch. Definitely a strong lineup. Something that they've been playing quite a lot and I'm a big fan of is the position for Lesh. It has been a kind of a hit or miss, but we want those kind of heroes. We don't want to see a hero and, oh, it's gonna go like this, and this, and then there's no surprises. Hellscream sometimes on his Lesh, he destroys everybody. Sometimes he gets destroyed himself. But what about Kalmychata? Let's look at their roster, please. Yeah, look at that. Our production always on point. Woe, Ethereal, Anko, Rare Gods, and Pima. I cast these guys 2 days ago. Rare Gods and Pima are still, I mean, completely new players. To me, Anko, I haven't seen him in quite a while, but he's back. And Woe and Ethereal, they have been establishing themselves in the scene for maybe a year, I want to say. But either way, we're definitely going to be looking forward to these young squads going up against each other. At the moment, we are waiting for everybody to get into the lobby. We're going to be looking at our head-to-head, Ethereal and Erase. Definitely a matchup to look out for. We're going to be seeing how it goes. Both of them have a 59% win rate. That's actually quite nice. And KDA a little bit in favor of Erase. We'll see how these two are going to be matching up in the mid lane and then throughout the game as well. Erase, I want to say when he entered the scene that I had a little bit more faith in him. Now he has been here for quite some time. He's definitely established himself as a solid mid laner, but I guess when you are in the scene for a year or a little bit longer than that, everybody starts expecting a little bit more from you. And Race, I feel like he has been similar to what we saw when he first started playing. He has been playing a lot of tier 2 tournaments since 2022, I want to say. He was even in the Eastern European DPC. Oh no, he was only in the open qualifiers. Okay, nothing. But he started getting into bigger tournaments from 2023 and 2024. But Liga, I would assume, is his biggest success thus far. But overall, I guess when he was in Nine Pandas, they were doing okay overall. But Ethereal, on the other hand, a little bit newer to the scene, but definitely here for some time as well for people to get acquainted with him. Just just another guy, right, from Eastern Europe, from Kazakhstan to be exact. And these guys are just way too good at the game, right? It's unfair how good Eastern Europeans are. It used to be the Chinese that are the best, but no longer the case. So we should be getting ourselves into the draft fairly soon. We'll see if that's going to be the case. As far as I'm seeing, everybody in the lobby is ready. So we are going to be waiting for them to start it off. There's going to be a coin toss right now. Let me check what the teams are going to be picking. Kalmychata wins the coin toss. Now you're getting live info from me here. We'll see what they choose, and once they do choose, then we're going to be getting the lobby started, and of course the draft started with it as well. They are taking their time though to choose Kalmychata. It's going to be either Radiant or first pick, I want to say. I still think first pick. I don't know how they make it not as superior. The 18th pick is just so good for people that don't know. That is the last pick in the second drafting phase. You see 4 enemy heroes, you pick your hero, and then you ban 2 heroes to cover for that. It's just way too good. And I feel like no matter what you do, no matter how you change it, that 18th pick is always gonna be OP. Last pick is not nearly as good. Like not nearly as good, especially now when there's so many bans. And overall, so many items to counter the cheesy heroes, right? It's Huskar last pick, Broodmother last pick, things like that are no longer an instant win. Thinker is not what it used to be. Meepo completely out of the meta. There's just way too many items in Dota. I feel like that versatility has taken away something from the game. You know, its uniqueness and just those surprise pick potentials. Yeah, I know we all hated the old Tinker, we all hated the old techies, but they they brought us something fun from time to time. With that being said, we are going to be getting ourselves into the draft. Let's see if Kalmychata is going to be getting rid of that SF, because Liga, they played it twice versus them, and they won. They are going to be banning out the Primal Beast. Liga did play that versus Kalmychata, though it was versus a Pango, so I don't know if they're preparing to just pick a Pango early on, which it wouldn't be too surprising. Kalmychata does love that hero, but considering the priority of some of the other picks at the moment, I don't know if I want to see it. So it is going to be a ban out on the Primal. get the first blood, so he was even in CS but ahead in net worth. But I guess if he doesn't get the first blood and doesn't get the extra items, maybe the Lash can come out ahead because it was pretty tight. Again, this could be our mid lane matchup. It was our head to head, the highlighted one between Ethereal and Erase, and we might have just already seen their two heroes. Not set in stone. Monkey is flexible. Lash is flexible. We'll see what they do. There's going to be a disruptor ban. I feel like if he's not banned, then he's picked as a first hero in the second phase. That's just always how it goes. Warlock is in the pool. Dark Willow is in the pool. In terms of supports, that's probably going to be something that they're going to be looking towards. Maybe a tiny here and there comes out, but I feel like that's not going to be happening for Con. Maybe another flex pick. Something that can go in multiple lanes. I feel like Warlock is just going to be the one that they pick up. Because the Fatal Bonds with the Lashes just makes a lot of sense. Man, I'd love to see an IO. Even though I'm not the biggest fan of the hero. And I don't know why, man. I always loved save heroes. The Shadow Demon, the Oracle. I always loved those types of heroes. Bane even. Hazel. But for some reason I never played much Wisp. I feel like it would have suited my playstyle a lot. But I like to see it. When you don't see a hero for a long time, you definitely want to see it a little bit in competitive gameplay. There was like Enigma pulling out a Wisp here and there with a Wisp Marcy, but that kind of looked underwhelming. Generally, the hero hasn't been looking great. And I guess AA was in the meta for a decent chunk of the time now, in the past year or so, maybe a little bit more. So maybe that was dissuading teams from getting it. But generally, it feels like the IO doesn't and you can build in the helm of the Dominator. You don't really have to be a black hole at all. You're more gonna be my units are killing your towers, and there's nothing you can do about it. Is there something I'm missing? I mean, Razor. I mentioned him in the previous series. They get rid of the Spectre. Okay. So what do you pick? They probably need an offlaner here. Mentioned Enigma. Do you need some extra lockdown here? Not necessarily. I mean, you could go for a hero like a Magnus. Just to have a little bit of a repositioning tool, good initiation as well. Hmm. Mars, Magnus, Enigma. Darkseer? I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I mean, you have a Shaker. It'd be a solid lane for you, but you don't know what you're up against. You're probably just gonna get an Ursa to the face then, and then the Ursa actually is gonna be a perfect pick. But if you get an Enigma, they are probably gonna go for a Gyro. That's not great for them. Uh, or they could pick Razor. So I guess that's crashed. But if you pick a Magnus, I feel like you're gonna be covering everything. They do pick a Nature's Prophet. Could be an offlane Medusa. It's not out of the question, really. I mean, we have seen it. Haven't seen it lately, but with the undulation, you are actually quite a good offlane. We'll see if that's going to be the case. I kind of feel like that's what they're going to do. Even though Violent is big on the Medusa. Of course, you still want to see what you're going to be up against. But I mentioned Abaddon. I wouldn't hate that. I'm still fine with an Ursa. It's not ideal, but it's fine. Lifestealer. I'm going to get kited too much, probably. The other Radiance builders. Imagine if you see a Wraith King. Oh, that's a Radiance builder. Okay. Okay, that's actually quite cool, right? Because both the Medusa and the Nature's Prophet are kind of timing-based heroes. And Alchemist can get to those timings faster than them. If you get there faster than them, you can make them completely obsolete. It is gonna be offlane Shaker. And it's gonna be a position for Nature's Prophet. So Violent will be staying on his Medusa. I'm kind of digging this Alchemist. I'm not sure what to expect. Haven't seen him in some time. But I feel like it's a very smart pick. You get a Radiance hero who hits his timings very fast, faster than the Medusa, and can. When you have a hero that hits the timings faster than the Medusa, can actually stand his ground once the Medusa is at her strongest. The Medusa can fall off. Sure, the Alchemist falls off as well, but Medusa does too. And then you're not sure, am I going to be buying a Butterfly second item or a Skadi to deal with the Alchemist? That's a cool one. Of course, as I mentioned, not really in the meta right now. It changes the game. Everybody's going to be going for him. Hellscream, I feel like this guy is just going to be super annoying to the Alchemist, and then you have the Monkey King, right? So you're going to have some global presence to consistently hunt him down. And I'm always, when I see a team that I consider favorites playing an Alchemist, I always favor them because it just makes the weaker team panic. Right, but here I feel like Liga are the stronger team, and Liga tend to not panic at all and just go for secure plays. Sometimes it can backfire if they completely let the enemy hero off the hook, but I feel like the Alchemist is going to be giving them enough of a fright that they are making some moves. But in my mind, Violent has always been one of the best carries, understanding when he can fight the Alchemist, right? When the timing is right for his hero to engage. I've seen his Juggernaut so many times winning versus an Alchemist in the later portions of the game that it's shocking. So with that being said, game is ready. Game 1. Kalmychata versus Liga. Let's go, CCT. Let's see who's going to be the last team that is going to be making it into the playoffs to face off versus the 4 directly invited teams. Yes, you heard it right, folks. Everybody from the group stages that passes, that's 2 teams from each group, are going directly into the upper bracket, but they're going to be met with 4 directly invited teams. If you don't know who they are, OG, 4 Pirates, Passion UA, and Mouse. So definitely not not teams to be taken lightly. And that being said, Liga, they're in a smoke. I can't wait to see what this offlane Shaker is gonna
30
do.
seconds to battle.
I can't say that I love it, but actually when you have a Nature's Prophet as your support, you're gonna be quite strong in that lane. He's gonna be going Bracer, Phase Boot, Soul Ring. Yeah, pretty standard. Violent, aware that he could get caught there on the high ground if he's not careful. His teammates, however, are walking forward. Hellscream, of course, doesn't want to go onto the high ground. There was a ward placed, so they saw the Medusa, but in the end, it looks like a 2-for-2. Yep. No big surprises. And we are going to be starting the laning stage on equal footing. That is what we want to see. Just kidding. We want to see 3 kills for one team. Call GG instantly. Go next. Why are we even playing this game? Anko, are you blocking a creep wave? Let's see if the Medusa can do the same to make sure that the enemy creeps don't end up in the tower. Well, that wasn't too much of a body block from Anko, so shouldn't be too hard for the Medusa to keep the lane in a decent spot, and that's exactly what's gonna happen. Of course, now some creep pulling shenanigans are gonna start happening, but Violent overall is moving really nice through this lane. They are bringing Pima as well. I don't know if you can kill this Medusa. You're just allowing your Alchemist to start all alone. And it used to be that the Alchemist didn't care much about the laning stage, but nowadays, because the Grievel's Greed is your innate ability, you need to have a good laning stage as well. You are not coming back that fast. It's weaker overall, but it is stronger in the laning stage. So yeah, they did send the Silencer back to the bottom lane. He actually skills Glaives. I've seen so many Silencers skip them that I thought it was just out of the way. Nobody wants to play it. However, Pima sees this as an opportunity to allow the Alchemist to have a perfect lane. We'll see how much mana he'll have for now sporting 2 mangoes, so shouldn't be too bad for him. But at the moment, the lane is in a perfect position for Corrupted to have his way with these creeps. Woe and Pima. They're just standing their ground there. No big deal. Violent. Gonna be annoying rare gods a bit. That's a blood grenade being used. He has a Fairy Fire and 4 stick charges. They want to force out the foul play. That is the play. No, they want the first blood with Hellscream coming in. It is most definitely going to happen. High ground miss. He doesn't even get to the high ground. So Hellscream already with his Nature's Prophet is looking good. But that does leave the Shaker all alone, which means that he's probably going to die corrupted. Turns around and he's going to be taken out by the Silencer. So 1-for-1 around the map. And Hellscream, now he's probably thinking, was that worth it? That's going to be some intelligence into the head of the Silencer. Shaker generally shouldn't have mana issues. He's gonna have it early though until he gets his soul ring, so it might make a difference. 1 intelligence though is not that big of a deal. When it used to be 2, it really hurt a lot. Mid lane, relatively equal. That is what we expected. The Medusa is farming really badly though. Corrupted. He just got back to this lane. Needs to be very, very careful. Has a bracer. Has the gauntlets of strength as well, so he is quite tanky, especially with the healing Lotus now picked up. This Medusa is getting bullied. I feel like he's missed a couple of CS that he shouldn't have, but there's 10 denies on the Undying. He's doing a great job securing this lane for Violent, and Violent isn't doing a great job CSing. And Undying is such a dumb hero sometimes, right? This is a Medusa, and we saw Medusa versus Undying lane, but it was different supports. This is a bit too much. Anko is getting everything that he wants. We'll see how they adjust to this, but this is definitely not good. With 7 CS on the Medusa, obviously he's going to be getting a little bit more with 2 waves now coming his way. Still has to feel pretty bad. Race. Came in the mid lane. He has more denies than his buddy. or mid lane counterpart. Let's call him that. Has the Orb of Frost, pretty much a standard for the Monkey King. Very rarely do people skip it. Actually a decent bonus slow. But overall, Alchemist now being annoyed a bit. Corrupted coming for him. There's going to be a very nice fissure. A couple more hits and Woe will be taken down. He has 4-1 charges. It's not going to help. Just a perfect fissure was used by Corrupted there. And Hellscream, he will be getting the kill. He's the only one at the moment on the side of Liga that has any kills. But still counts. Earthshaker having that healing Lotus. He had more mana to work with. He's probably going to be getting more points in Enchant Totem, or at least the second level of it. And then I'm curious to see what he's going to be taking. Actually, he takes the second point of Aftershock. So he wants to, once he's level 6, to be able to combo his spells properly. That's interesting. Especially because he's going to need a lot more time to the towards the Blink Dagger. The Enchant Totem, at least level 2, will give you a lot of chances to be annoying in mid lane. Monkey King baits, Hellscream TP's in, and this Nature's Prophet position 4 continues to dominate the map. Looking really good. Speaking of looking really good, Violent is looking maybe not good, but at least better than earlier. Yeah, some of these creeps are going to be from the jungle, but at least it's helping. He's actually ahead of the Undying in terms of gold. That is nice. Considering that he was like 5 CS and Undying was 15. That's a really good progress. Erase is level 6. He hasn't skilled up his ulti yet, but he is saving a skill point. For people that don't know, you can see the talent tree just shining. That means that he has a talent point to spend. Now not any longer because he did pick up a spell. That's going to be a shackle. Nice boundless strike there. Vierk will be healing himself up. Ethereal turns around. There's going to be a beautiful sprout keeping him at bay. And Liga, that is one beautiful disengage coming out from them. The Alchemist is still farming, so that's good for Kalmychata, topping the network chart as expected. Undying, dropping low. He will have his ceaseless dirge right now, but he was dying from farming the neutral crab camps in the jungle. He used the tombstone for that one, so now he's gonna be missing a little bit from the lane. He's even more time to the Medusa. Hellscream going for a TP out, nobody to stop it, and he should be fine. Already has an urn, going for a full Spirit Vessel versus an Undying and an Alchemist. That is such a good item in the game. You would assume a core wanting to buy it, but at the moment, with his net worth, he is considered a core, so he should have it in no time if he doesn't start dying. Whoa. Let's get his level 6. Corrupted. He is refreshing the Arcane Ruin with Monkey King coming in. That ulti, I don't know if it's going to be helping you. Hellscream also TPing in. One more hit from the Monkey King. It's going to be enough. Erase gets the kill. Liga. Very nice recognition that they're going to have enough damage even through the Chemical Rage. Let's see if they can punish Violent. Vierk is in the vicinity, but he cannot cancel out the shackles. Anko, he just gives up on it. With the Fatal Bonds being used, it is a little bit too dangerous. He loses half his HP on the Undying just from one Mystic Snake being used. Liga are looking really hot in this game. Not gonna lie.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Big fan of how this game is going for them. Ethereal wants the rune. He's gonna be unlucky. Erase picking up a haste rune, and well, now he's gonna be safe for quite some time. Maybe he even decides to run towards the bottom lane. The Alchemist isn't in the best of positions. Of course, now there's no Echo Slam, so it is much tougher. And he is rotating towards bottom. However, he was on a ward, so Kalmychata are more than aware of what's coming their way. Pima running away. The Alchemist is already deeper in the jungle, stacking for himself and farming. Monkey King, he does find Pima, so that's going to be a problem for him. They're looking towards an Alchemist. Boundless Strike will connect. He did get his ulti off, but he's inside of the Wukong's commander. Just way too much damage. They're going to be bringing down Pima as well. Hellscream gets the kill, and there's the Nature's Prophet coming out. So they're picking up some bags there, and another tree. Yep, give me that gold. Hellscream is very happy about it, just getting the gold over and over again. It is a 3k gold lead. You're playing versus an Alchemist. He's the one at the top of the network chart, but look at Liga, look at Hellscream and his position for Nature's Prophet. Who says that there's not Not a lot of good position 4s. I don't know. Probably some noobs. They don't know what they're talking about. Hellscream is just pulling out something weird over and over again. First, it was position 4 Lesh, not that much, but Nature's Prophet, not something that we see too often nowadays. Still, he's making it work, and he's ahead in net worth over the Undying, whose laning stage started close to perfect.
Radiant
Spirit
are
Vessel
scanning.
almost done. He needs 50 gold. That is scary. He also has 4 charges of the urn already. Yeah, it's coming out. Boy, Kalmychata, you are gonna be in so much trouble. They're so lucky that they haven't lost a single tower, because this guy just would have been TPing so deep in. And being used, sentries on the ground. They're gonna be dealing with their enemy's sentries, but the ward will be protected. Monkey King jumping in. Nice Fisher. They want to escape. Monkey King needs a little bit of help, but with the golem being dropped, that is the help that they were needing. Hellscream focusing on the Tombstone. They're going to be dealing with that first. Alchemist coming in. That's going to be a big stun if he connects only onto the Hellscream. That's a big kill if they can get it. He's going to be sprouting himself inside with an Undying. Now Wukong's man being used, and the ulti from the Nature's Prophet from beyond the grave. He is killing his assailants. Whoa, will be getting the stun onto Corrupted, but can he escape? Boundless Strike, follow-up stuns. He wants to leave, but there is no return. Actually, that vision wasn't as good as he wanted it to be. Oh, dropping low. He's going to be losing his ulti. And without the ulti, can he really survive this shadow where it doesn't look likely? He's going to get smashed into the ground and sent back in a coffin to his teammates. Liga, they win that fight. Sure, they lost Hellscream, but look at him. He's over the 2 cores of the enemy. He's actually close to overtaking an Alchemist. The position 4 overtaking an Alchemist without a single tower falling in the game. Liga are outclassing Kalmychata at the moment. There is a big difference in the strength of these teams right now. Alchemist behind all 3 of the cores, 6k gold lead. That's a problem. As I said, I love the Alchemist. I feel like it was a good pick, but when I see an Alchemist and that team is weaker, it usually goes really, really badly. It's just that type of a snowballing type hero. Man, this Nature's Prophet.
Radiant are scanning.
Bima getting targeted. Bjerg's in the vicinity. They need a good split earth. Not gonna be connecting. Even if it did, the race would have dodged the damage. Hellscream gets the kill with the Wrath of Nature. And now they're doing some damage to this mid lane tower. Without the golem, I don't think they're killing it, but it doesn't matter. You're just pushing the enemies back. Right now, the Shaker is working towards his Blink Dagger, and he's gonna have it in no time, whilst the Undying, he is hoping for a pipe. But at the moment, it is just a dream for him. Nothing more. Monkey King is just very aggressive on the enemy side of the map. Hellscream and Bjerg pushing down the tower. Once you open up this mid lane, it's gonna be so easy for the Monkey King to maneuver around the map, and already the Alchemist was forced to towards the top side of the map. What does that mean? That means that there is nowhere to farm. Usually you want to be farming on the corridor, on the bottom, in the river, next to the well. But with him being on the top lane, that means that that is the only safe place on the map. And the thing is, you cannot fight. You are gonna be farming like 30% of the map at max. And whenever you show your face, you're just gonna die. So hard times. Let's put it that way. These are very, very hard times for Kalmychata. Race. He's working towards his BKB already. He understands timing is now everything. You are going to be hitting timing so hard, and the timings of the Alchemists are not going to be great. He doesn't have a Radiance 14 minutes in, and he's not going to have it 15 minutes in either. That's how bad his game is going. Right now, Liga, if they want, they can just pull back and farm. And that's exactly what they're doing. I mean, they understand that Kalmychata just cannot have the guts to move out on the map. is Lesh kind of has to buy a blink. Okay, he did. So now it's now or never. Smoke with that blink, open up the map a little bit, give yourself some breathing room. This is one of the moments where you have to utilize multiple smokes, get pickoffs just so that you can extend the game. That you can get into some better areas of farm. You can see where they're warding right now on Kalmychata. It's not even for kills, it's just to protect the Alchemist's farm. That's not a game-winning strategy. Hellscream will be TPing in between of the enemies. Well, they do lose Corrupted. Pima will get taken out. Hellscream decided not to TP in, not just yet. He does have a Blade Mail finished, however, it hasn't been delivered to him just yet, so that's probably going to be dissuading him from going in. Medusa obviously cannot connect here, it's a little bit too deep. But overall, with the Shaker being off the map, there's no Echo Slam. It's actually quite good.
We've got pretty good chemistry.
Let's see, what is the Shaker going to go for? Yules or BKB? Neither. He wants a shard. That's fine. And he wants a Kayasha. That's actually pretty cool on a Shaker, because you can just use your spells really fast, and then sometimes the Silencer won't have time to global after your Echo Slam. You Echo Slam, you bam, you use the Fissure almost instantly. That's how fast it is with Kayasha. Who paused? It was Whoa. They're having Discord problems. Discord has really been annoying to some of our players, and generally for the past month, I feel like Discord servers just haven't been looking the greatest. It hasn't affected me directly, not gonna lie. Oh, actually, it has. I remember when I was casting with a colleague of mine, and there was actually some lag on Discord between us. We needed to change servers. Me call him, he calls me, go to a Discord channel and stuff like that. And it seems that the problem is not going away. At least not yet. Hopefully they do fix it and they can get back into the game, but I don't know if Kalmychata even feel like they want to play this game anymore. Obviously, you don't know like how bad is it, but you have a feeling that it's kind of bad. Oh, Hellscream actually TP'd in. Yeah, he's that crazy. Wukong's Command will be used. Anko in some trouble. They will deal with the Tombstone. There's gonna be the big Serpent Ward. Instantly, the Shackles will get cancelled by the Golem, and well, foul play isn't really gonna help him all that much. Vierch being targeted by Anku, but he cannot do anything on his own. He is quite speedy there on the Undying. Still, he needs to run away. Here comes Woe. He doesn't have any mana to work with, neither does he have his ulti, so this is quite dangerous. And well, that does look like a dead Alchemist. 2 more hits from Erase are gonna seal the deal, and he definitely does have the movement speed to do it. Pima will bring down Hellscream, so at least something. I mean, not something this guy is worth more than 2 of your cores, but either way, with the Alchemist dying and the Medusa just free farming all this time, it's turning more and more into a problem. Also, top lane is getting shoved in, so if nobody connects on that wave, that is going to be a lot of farm just wasted, and yeah, nobody is connecting. The wave is pretty much in front of your tower, and you cannot farm it. That's how sad Kalmychata are right now. During that pause, the gold lead was 8k, now it's immediately 11. And with Hellscream dying a couple of times, he's still keeping up with the Alchemist. He's 6-2 and 8 still. So, Kalmychata, what are you going to be looking for? I'm still surprised they didn't go for more in terms of using this Ethereal Blink Dagger. Definitely want to see more from him. Alchemist will have his Radiance now after this camp. Not commendable, not gonna lie, but at least he's got it. Before he gets his Blink Dagger, his ability to join the fights, it's gonna be the same as right now. He's just gonna be doing a little bit more damage in fights. So it's still gonna be farming for him. Undying is going for a Crimson. Ah, well, they found the Shaker. That is the guy that they can kill from time to time. Corrupted is playing a little bit too aggressive. And right now, Monkey King is thinking about going in. You have to be a bit careful versus the Shadow Shaman. Yeah, he goes for the Wukong's Command. Very smart. No reason to not be careful. Right now, when you're this far ahead, you are happy to just use your spells the big ones to kill a support. It doesn't matter. Just continue increasing your lead. Continue controlling the map, and at some point you are going to be getting to those item timings when the enemies cannot fight you. They're not going to have a round of items. You are going to have a round of items, and there's going to be too much of a difference in strength. Already there's a lot of difference in strength, but it's not like they can end the game. Violent still needs a lot of farm, and Violent is going for an interesting item. It's going to be a Maelstrom. Okay, so he wants a full Mjolnir. Can't say I expected that. I really expected him to go full on stats, especially this game when things are going so well. Maybe he himself is experimenting to see how this will work. But I definitely would have preferred a Butterfly Scotty, that build. Because with that build and this kind of a lead, you just come to a tower, you take it down, and the enemies are helpless. And this is one of the games where you can just beeline through the mid lane. I mean, what are the enemies going to do to you? They don't even have that much poke other than the lightning strike from the Lesh.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Well, I'll scream. Gonna be blinking in or TPing in. That is gonna be a very dead Shadow Shaman. Ethereal next on the menu. He does get the stun off. Anko running in, gets the double decay off. First they will deal with the tombstone and then probably with him if they can get close to him. They killed the tombstone. Now they're killing the big snake. Not losing anybody in the process. 242 gold for a race in his pockets. That is some nice chunk of change that is going to be going towards League, even though they only got 2 kills. Whoa, working towards that blink.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
It is going to be flying out to him. So, I mean, when the Alchemist gets a little bit of time to farm, this is what happens. However, you pretty much have 4 supports and an Alchemist. Or 2 supports, Alchemist, and 2, I don't know, heroes that die. That's about it. The Silencer can pretty much stay in the base, use the global silence. That's going to be the most impact that he can have anyways. He is getting a Ghost Scepter though. Maybe scratch that, right? Ghost Scepter, they go for you. You buy some time. It can help. Give the Alchemist some vision. The problem is Alchemist is going now for a BKB. You don't really have damage on Kalmychata. So we were already talking about that there's going to be an issue dealing with the Medusa at some point. But that point has come because your heroes don't kill him. Even with him not going for stats items, but going straight for a Mjolnir. I feel like unless you're 3 heroes sitting on top of him with the Hex Shackle and nobody coming to help, he's just gonna die. Bjerg dropping low. He needs to hide, and well, he's gonna be fine. Ethereal, nice fissure from afar, will get taken out. Now they're gonna focus on the tombstone. That's gonna be the next thing on the menu. Nice attempted kill at the Warlock. Unfortunately for them, it's not gonna be successful. And just look at Violent, man. He's having the time of his life. He is 3-0-1. He has 208 CS, and he's just gonna continue farming forever. We all know that Violent loves to be greedy.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Coin for me.
So Roche moving towards the bottom pit. Liga working on the Tormentor. It's gonna be the Each Prophet buy a shard. Okay, so it's gonna be either Bjerg or the Monkey King. Wanna say? No, Monkey King has one, so it was him or the Medusa. I guess Bjerg getting it is kind of okay, especially because it's gonna help with the siege. He does have level 1 upheaval right now, but still fine. Just some of those imps, they definitely help you in pushing. 17,000 gold lead, 21 minutes into the game versus an Alchemist lineup. Yeah, you rarely see stomps this hard, but this is as hard as it gets. Dota Plus has 19% from Kalmychata. I feel like they're being generous, like super generous. I'm pretty sure if somebody would tell me like you have press this button, you have 19% chance to be a millionaire or something. Those are good chances, right? You got good chances to get the money, but I don't think Kalmychata has good chances of winning this game. Blinking onto the Shaker, but he got the fissure off. It still looks like he's gonna die. Well, Silence stopped by the last word. Global Silence being used. Boundless Strike, BKB. Monkey King coming forward onto Ethereal, who cannot escape. Doesn't have mana. Now he doesn't have HP either. You did kill the main lockdown from the enemies, and Hellscream might go down as well. I mean, they're getting some key kills. Anku should be surviving this. One more hit will take him down, and there it is. Violence finishes him off. Now he needs to deal with the Tombstone and, of course, with the Serpent Ward as well, making his presence known there with the Acid Spray. 2 for 2. Not something that you would expect, but the thing is, use your Global Silence. Now you do not have that for the next fight, whereas the Echo Slam is still available. Yes, Liga did use some of the spells, but I feel like Echo is the most important one, especially now that there's no global.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
And also, this Shaker is playing way too aggressive, right? He has a Blink and a Kaya. He's not a tanky Shaker. He's not the guy with a BKB or something, right? BKB Ags or something along those lines. So I feel like he's just underestimating his opponents a bit, and under the circumstances, I don't blame him, but usually if you want to end the game earlier, you should
Dire
just
are
go through the steps.
I am mighty.
Radiant are scanning.
Anyway, he's got himself an AD rune, Corrupted. Getting a Fissure from afar. There's going to be a Boundless Strike. Woe needs to pop a BKB. He's going to be stunning Hellscream, but how does he escape? He doesn't have a Quelling Blade. Getting out of the Sprout is so hard. The Wrath of Nature is not going to be enough to kill him. The Crimson Guard definitely coming in handy, and it will save the Alchemist's life. But 9-second BKB
Radiant's top tower
and his
is under
ulti
attack.
both gone. Fissure from afar, follow-up stun. Woe jumping in with the Unstable Concoction. The BKB being popped instantly, and he does get a kill on the Shaker. However, will be losing his mid laner. Every single time Corrupted loses his life, he didn't even use the Echo Slam. Deny on the Tombstone. They're going to be taking the Outpost. That's very nice for Liga, but they still probably need to bail. On the strike from afar, canceling the shackles immediately. And there it is. The Pavis, or rather the Solar Crest to protect this Nature's Prophet. He came over to get those bags, and he survives either way, going next to the Big Serpent Ward when he has pretty much no HP. That is ballsy, and that is disrespectful towards Kalmychata. Even with that kind of disrespect, it doesn't matter. It still doesn't matter. It is completely Liga in control of this game. The Medusa will have an Aghanim Scepter, so we are going to be seeing a lot of those procs happening. Whoa. Getting out with DP. The Boundless Strike from the Monkey King used a little bit preemptively on the bottom lane. Monkey's going for a Maelstrom as well, it seems. Interesting. Wait, where's his career? Yeah, it is a Maelstrom. Pretty interesting for a Monkey. I mean, it's not like you're playing versus Illusions or something. I feel like they're just positioning themselves to have a lot of farm. I think that's going to be the case. Medusa has the Aghanim Scepter. Next one is going to be Skadi. Okay. Violent, the speed at which he's going to be killing creeps is going to be unheard of. Aghanim Scepter Mjolnir on a Medusa 25 minutes into the game. It's usually a luxury late game items that you go for, like this one. Aghanim Scepter, the Nature's Prophet. Kayasha on the Earthshaker. The items are just flying out. And Hellscream is ahead of his laning buddy, so... Like, I'm the core. It might even be threatening of overtaking the Monkey King in the next couple of minutes if this is how the game continues to go. Kalmychata in a smoke. They will use the scan. They know exactly where the Monkey King is at. Unstable Concoction being charged up, but the enemies are already in the Roche Pit prepared for battle. Nature's Prophet with that Aghanim Scepter is just gonna be a problem when everybody's rooted. There it is. They're all bound. They cannot move. That is the Tombstone in a good position to cover for them to escape, so at least they got the Warlock. Alchemist stunning himself, it seems. Roche, how is he looking? Well, they took maybe a sixth of his HP, so not that big of a deal. Monkey King with the gem, dealing with some vision, taking the outpost. And Kalmychata, they got out of the base, but with only the Warlock killed, they cannot really continue staying out there. They got a decent ward. Our Hellscream, he's coming to fight. Can they cancel this TP? Seems like no. Monkey King wasn't fast enough to get close to the Boundless Strike, and because of that, the Undying will live. Doesn't have the Ceaseless Dirge at the moment, so definitely not a good time to die. Especially with the Roche being on the menu. But Liga going for a push. Crimson Guard is going to be delaying it a little bit. They're pretty much tickling the tower through this Crimson Guard. Anku, really good item that he went for. It actually makes a lot of sense on the Undying.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
If you have a lot of HP, the blocks are insane. I just don't know if it calculates only when you used it or if you're increasing your HP when you used it, if the block increases. I would assume that it doesn't. Just calculated when it's used and that's it.
Scanning.
Alchemist items, he is gonna go for a disperser, so wants to have something to deal with the Medusa. I feel like disperser itself is not gonna be enough. Maybe if you had a Manta disperser, you jump in, you can do something, but I guess it helps versus the Warlock as well. Removing the Fatal Bonds.
Is under attack. Roshan has fallen to the
Well, Roche is dead. Let's see what the call will be. Going high ground, just sieging straight up, isn't that easy. There's a lot of things to spam on the other side. Arcane Curse, the K, Acid Spray, the big one, and then the Lesh. We'll see if he gets an early shard as well. For now, he needs the BKB, but after that BKB, a shard would be just a natural progression, especially if you're anchored in your base, which seems to be the case for them at the moment.
Radiant's middle tower
Violent.
has fallen.
Takes down the tower. Scream securing the shrine. Took the other shrine. It was Anku, so Liga not contesting that one just yet. At least the bleeding has stopped. It has been a 20k goal lead. I mean, between 19 and 20 for like 5, 6, 7 minutes already. Not saying it's good, but probably better than it used to be. Medusa is level 20. Anybody else close to that one? Not really. Hellscream will be taken out. Liga right now, they're kind of all over the place. Global Silence used to secure the TPs out. Alchemist still popped the BKB despite that. That was his 8-second charge. This could be an opening for Liga if they wanted to go. However, Lesh did show himself on the top lane. He should be fine. Very fast out push from him.
Killed.
Liga being a little bit too cautious in how they want to end this game. And I can understand them. Now finally the Lesh has his BKB as well. He's looking towards the Shiva. He doesn't want the charge just yet. There's the Daedalus and the Medusa. Okay, this guy now does way too much damage. They are going to be getting close to him. Lost a good chunk of his mana. Still has the Aegis, of course. To get away from him. Crimson Guard did expire, so now you do not have that extra protection for your towers. And there's the push with the upheaval with the shards we were talking about. Valen getting some vision as well. Vierk will be buffing it up with a Solar Crest. Valen thinking about coming to the high ground, not going to be happening. Hellscream is on the top lane. Same is true from the Alchemist. Whoa, not coming here to assist his team, and they're going to kill the Medusa once. Let's see, there's the Boundless Strike, and with the Echo, they will be destroying one of the heroes without the Lash. How you defend your base? They just couldn't. Save for buybacks, they're way too poor, so this is gonna be a lane of racks and possibly even more. The Medusa is now full HP, full mana, so why would you stop? There is no Golem, there is no Echo, there is no Wukong's command, so a lot of it missing on the Liga side, but they're at least gonna be getting this one lane of racks. There's no doubt about that. Couple more hits from the Medusa, that should be it. 20 seconds for the Lash to come back. At that point, Liga, they probably want to get out. Violent saw that there is a chance for them to kill him. Of course, had the Aegis, so putting himself in a bit of a more vulnerable spot than he would naturally do.
Radiant are scanning.
The K from the Undying is so good at killing those imps. It's actually quite solid. He's going for a Ghost Scepter as well. The Monkey King will have a Nullifier soon, so those Ghost Scepters are not going to be nearly as scary. And I think this is the biggest item of them all. The BKB on the Shaker. The guy has been annoyed so much every single time he's the prime target. But with the BKB, I think everything changes. Even if they use the Global Silence after his BKB, he's still going to be able to survive. And that in itself is a problem. You always kill him, then there's not enough lockdown, so Kalmychata kill him and escape. Now with the BKB, he should be able to survive anything. If he gets it off, of course. Sometimes he can get surprised and die from 100 to 0. Considering you're playing versus a Shadow Shaman and an Alchemist, especially Shadow Shaman, the instant Hex. Be a problem. Hellscream, found, and very much dead. They're going to be dropping down the Big Serpent Ward as well. Pretty unnecessary, but That is a big kill either way. However, you cannot push a tower, so Liga, they're gonna be centering around the mid lane. They want to go there, and yeah, you can jump Pima or Anku right now. Anku does have the Ceaseless Dirge, so even if you kill him, not the biggest of deals. Echo Slam being used, Global Silence, there it is. They're just gonna run away. Shaker sees the Global, gets out, forcing out a big spell, and that is what that is the type of play that I like to see, right? They went up the high ground, Pima, really? I don't know how he thought there was not going to be anybody there. It was obvious that Liga are going to be standing in that spot, at least with a couple of heroes, but everybody who was alive was already there and ready to kill him. Pretty weird decision from Pima to just walk up the high ground. He's like, I don't have Global Silence, I'm useless, I just want to die. Liga taking a long time to end this game. And I feel like the main reason why is because the Shaker was always in kind of a more aggressive position than he needed to be. I think now with this BKB, it's going to be a little bit easier, but at the moment, you don't really have to hurry. The game is in your grasp. You should be winning it, no problem. And if you wait for Roche, you're kind of solidifying it. Also, Kalmychata, there is a good chance that they leave their base and fight you at the Roche pit, where they have a very low chance of winning that fight. But there is a chance. They have a lot of lockdown. They don't have big team fight, but you can jump one hero, Hex Shackles, keep him at bay. Alchemist jumps another, you kill him, and then because of the tombstone, you start the chase. It's not impossible for Kalmychata to win a fight by any means. It's hard, but not impossible. Still, with a good setup, though, Liga are close to unstoppable. Not gonna lie. So, towards the top lane they go, where there is a Lesh. Pops the BKB, pops the E-Blade. Sorry, the Ghost Scepter, and will get taken out. That's going to be opening up a Tormentor and a nice shard for Violent. That was the last hero that didn't have it on the side of Liga. So next time around, it's just going to be for the money. Man, I love how efficient Liga are. Every single time that they kill something or take an objective, they're instantly dispersing around the map. And this Lash, he's not dead for long because he's level 18. Nature's Prophet is the same level. Warlock 16. It's not looking good. Monkey King just going across the map and avoiding everything. Kalmychata are playing in the dark and the nighttime is coming. The night is dark and full of terrors, and you're gonna have to fight the Roche during that nighttime with you not having any vision whatsoever. I need help for the bigger ones, but smaller heroes you can definitely kill. Alchemist coming forward, smoke breaks, sees the Medusa. Can they help Violent? He needs help now. Global Silence has been used, and the Force Staff isn't enough. It looks like they're going to be able to kill him with the Bash. No, there's the Fissure. It is going to be separating, but they do have the Harpoon. No buyback on him. They have found an opening. Kalmychata, if this is going to be an early Roach, it's going to be huge Hellscream between 5 heroes, and there's just going to be so many zombies that are going to be taking his brains. Ethereal gets the kill, and Liga lose 2 heroes, none of which have buybacks, and this is an opening for them to get Roche. Let's see how fast it will spawn. It is gonna be around 2 minutes for the Roche to spawn, so it is not gonna be instant, but still, that is the opening that Kalmychata were looking for in Liga. They're gonna have to think about how do we save this Medusa from from them killing her from 100 to 0, because Kalmychata now they do have damage, and I think Violent might start regretting his item choices, because these are damage dealing item choices, but when it comes down to survival, you have no Butterfly. At least he has a Scotty, but Scotty is kind of his only stats item. You can count the Aghanim Scepter, but that's not the one that you're looking for.
Dire are scanning. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Let's see what now. Man, if Kalmychata wins this game, it's gonna be so funny. You're playing an Alchemist lineup, you're 20,000 gold behind, and you win a fight quite convincingly. I mean, winning a fight is one thing, but winning the game is a completely different beast. However, I feel like Liga, they've been a little bit too
Dire's top tower is falling.
happy to farm. Let's put it that way. It even looks to me like they're very happy to farm. There was only that one move on the mid lane where they echoed the Undying and forced out TPs that I liked. I feel like those kind of plays should be made over and over again. But there's the smoke. Now you win a fight. You get Roche, you win. The Global Silence is back. Rare Gods inside of the pit, blinks out immediately. Whoa, charging up the unstable concoction. Needs to be careful not to stun himself. And there it is, onto the music he goes. Global Silence immediately used, but there's no help. This time around, the race in the backlines. He's keeping them at bay. Violent, he might need to escape. Deal with the Tombstone. Whoa, he's standing his ground. He's winning. Violent doesn't really have that much mana. Now Stone Gaze finally being used, and the Tombstone will get taken out with a buyback from the Shadow Shaman. He wants to come over. The Hex will be used. He gets turned to stone instantly there. Hellscream on the high ground. Gonna be using the Curse of the Old Growth. He sees them clearly. No, he just bought back. He needs help. Rare Gods. The Echo Slam being used, and those Echoes should be able to kill him. The Shadow Shaman is gone. Now, Anko, where are you gonna go with the Gorgon's Grasp? Keeping it in place in the Fissure. Perfect. I think it connected onto the Alchemist as well. He needs to run. Gonna have the overwhelming pick in a second. With the DP out, he'll be fine. But you did lose 3 of your heroes. The thing is that, of course, the Ceaseless Dirge made the Undying come back immediately. And the Shadow Shaman bought back and died again. Roche is up, so they can take it Liga if they want to. But still, Kalmychata, they look solid in these fights. It's not impossible for them to win them. They are using the scan, thinking about going and fighting the Berserker's Rage, the Berserker's Potion. Both of them are ready. Alchemist can go. Medusa did get level 25, so now you can get the 40 intelligence if you want to get yourself a little bit more tanky, but the more important part, he's going to be getting the Roche. Oh, jump in. They want to fight the Medusa. They want to fight versus this Aegis. Well, Alchemist is taking a lot of damage. Going to be using the Berserk Potion onto himself, but look at the Scotty going, just not allowing him to heal. He's just going to die. Violent. He's doing so much damage. The Ghost Scepter from Pima, not gonna help him one bit. Alchemist doesn't have a buyback, and I don't think he's even close to it. He had to buy out. He feels like he consistently needs items. And without your Alchemist, you are helpless to do anything. He is the one that can challenge the Medusa. Nobody else comes close. I feel like Liga should just go. They're being a bit hesitant here, Violent with his movements, but I think it's still gonna be happening. Banner has been dropped, and there with the Solar Crest, Violent will start working on this tier 3. Chata. They don't want to fight. They have a glyph. They can buy themselves 7 more seconds. So this is going to be 40 seconds for Medusa that is this farm to get a full lane of Rax. I think that he can do it. Shard from the Lesh is actually helping quite a lot. As nature being used, glyph still available. Lesh loses his life. Hellscream being able to finish him off. He will be losing his life for that. Big win still. Flash Golem on the Undying will be ready soon. Same is true from the Tombstone, but not if he dies right now. With the Echo Slam, that's exactly what they're gonna do. Kill him, take him out of the game, and with that, secure their victory in game 1. The GG still hasn't been called, but it looks very much grim. Alchemist all on his lonesome with only the 2 supports to help him. One of which, okay, doesn't have his ulti. That's the Shadow Shaman, the less important one. He's charging up the Unstable Concoction. Who does he go for? Well, they're just gonna be going for the Silencer themselves. Nice Fissure from afar, doing a solid amount of damage there, Woe, but now he is just gonna be surrounded by opponents. At least they're looking towards the Monkey King. The damage output of this Alchemist is no joke. Buyback on the Monkey is available if he wants to use it, but their tier 4s are gone. They don't have the glyphs any longer, and Mega Creeps are gonna start swarming their base fairly soon. There's also the Upheaval being used without the BKB. What is Woe gonna do? Go in for a Sid Bash, but there is gonna be a Fissure to keep him at bay. Woe going for an Unstable Concoction. Boundless Strike. Monkey King did buy back, and they want this Alchemist that he doesn't have his ulti, and soon he will not have his life either. With that, Game 1 should be concluded. TP out, not gonna be happening. The Nullifier takes away the Ghost Scepter, and then they take away his life. Now going on to Violent instantly, they stop the Shackles there with the Boundless Strike, and are now running away for their lives. But GG has been called. Kalmychata somehow has lasted in this game for more than 40 minutes, in a game where the enemy position 4 was consistently ahead 2 of your cores, and in some of the times even ahead of your Alchemist. I feel like it's saying more about Liga and their capabilities to end the game, or maybe they were having a little bit too much fun. I have to say, I'm not the biggest fan of teams not playing it super safe and like poking a little bit to force their opponents into mistakes, because you're just giving more and more time for something bad to happen, right? And you make a big mistake, it can happen, one big team fight, if that is what it takes, you can lose the game. However, in the end, they still got the victory. It was too much. to come back from that. I think they really needed to mess up big time, even though there were some openings there for Kalmychata. Nothing too serious to change the outcome of game one. That is the third game that Liga have won versus Kalmychata, and the way that it started, the amount of stomping that happened, I don't have much faith in Kalmychata in game two. However, you never know. Kalmychata, maybe they found their stride. Maybe they're looking at this game where they're 20k gold behind with an alchemist on their side and still being able to fight Okay, with that, the last game of the group stage as well here at the CCT. We're watching it here with Harry, and it is Kalmychata versus Liga. If you're just joining us, we've got 3 teams that have already qualified to the playoffs, and now we're going to be getting the 4th in this series. Kalmychata, they lost in the opening matches versus Liga 2-0, and now they lost game 1 versus Liga as well. And I have to say, it was a stomp. Even though the game lasted for 40 minutes, if you had watched that one, you would have known that there was absolutely no chance for them to win it. So, what do they do? How do they adjust? They are still banning out the SF that was the first pick for Liga in both of the games in their opening matches. So you don't want to play versus that. Understandable. I mean, they really did utilize those well. For people that haven't been watching, of course, just so you know, Zero Tenacity, Yellow Submarine, and Team Next Level are the 3 teams that have already made it. Kalmychata and Liga, one of these 2 is going to be the 4th, and we've got 4 directly invited teams, OG for Pirates, Bash UA, and Mouse. The playoff is not starting tomorrow. It is starting on the 20th, so we're going to have a day of a break for the teams in the playoffs to rest. For the teams from the groups to rest a bit. So, looking at the bans, Kalmychata, they don't want to be playing versus the Nature's Prophet, understandably so. Hellscream, man, he overtook that game so much. Sometimes, you know, you see supports have solid impact and stuff, but that was on another level. So we are going to be seeing a very cool opening that is kind of standard currently in the meta. A Queen of Pain into a Ember Spirit. Ember Spirit does relatively well versus the Quap in the lane and in the game as well. However, we have seen Quaps being moved to other lanes, considering that the Spirit Vessel is very popular right now and off-lane Quap isn't too out there. So we'll see if that does happen. Marcy's not in the pool, unfortunately, so that'd probably be the best one to lane with her. But there is something like a Tusk that could be valuable to get. But we'll see if that's going to be the route that Liga are going to be taking. They ban out the Dazzle, they ban out the Silencer. Both of these heroes very annoying for the Queen of Pain because she likes bursting heroes. Dazzle annoys. She likes spamming spells. Silencer annoys her there. They will be banning out the Monkey King, so thinking that there is a potential for the flex on the Squap. And there's the Disruptor, finally making it through. The second that he makes through is the second that he's going to get picked up. So, now the question is, what do you get to punish this? Generally, the Ember and the Disruptor are considered squish heroes. So Quap does deal with them. But for her to deal with them, you do need solid lockdown or catch to be able to keep them in place so that she can do her damage. That comes to mind is something you can deal with the Disruptor quite nicely. Also, we've seen a Kunkka today, so I wouldn't mind seeing that versus a Disruptor and an Ember. Actually quite annoying to play against, and then when you see a glimpse, you can just save your buddies by preemptively casting X before they get delivered to the enemies. So we'll see what they decide to do. Dark Willow is still in the pool. Naga was in the pool. Okay, making it through. And there's gonna be a Shaker as well. Okay, so Liga getting themselves a Shaker once again. We'll see if it's gonna be their offlane Shaker from the last game that Corrupted played. Most likely, I mean, that is the lockdown that we're looking for. I would just like, considering that you're playing versus an Emperor and a Disruptor, an earlier BKB in this game. Like, screw your Kayasha, get a Bling BKB and just go ham. Because the Shaker died way too many times for my taste. The Nature's Prophet eventually overtook him in net worth as well. There's going to be a Pango. Primal Beast is not in the pool, so Kalmychata are going to be getting their favorite hero. It is going to be played by Anko, it seems, as Ethereal will probably be on the Ember Spirit. And Dark Willow. Is there any other position for support that is looking good here? Shadow Shaman? Not sure he's that great in this game in particular. Agna left in the pool, sure. I feel like they might have a little bit of a problem with lockdown. They have solid crowd control, but you do not have hard stuns, and definitely not hard stuns to connect immediately until the Pango has the blink, and even then. So I feel like you might just want to get a Bane right now, get a position for Bane, counter the Pango, and you're gonna be taking away a lot from Kalmychata. Though this is Hell Scream, right? So he might just pick up his Lesh. That's not out of the question. Lesh plus Naga seems like a pretty decent support duo. Mm, but I would still prefer a Bane. I really like a Bane here for Liga. You could also go for like a Shadow Shaman line yourself though. Versus a Pango versus a Disruptor, especially the Shadow Shaman doesn't look too good, and the standard Willow would be a fine one though. On the 18th pick, people tend to pick up a carry, right? So that could be their approach. There it is, Terrorblade being picked up, high armor hero versus the Pango who only Morphling would be nice. He's not in the meta though. Other than the Shaker, there's no counters here. Quap can be annoying, but ever since they added that her ulti's overtime damage, that is really cool. So we get to see a carry Pudge today. This is the second Pudge we see today. Out of 4 games, 2 of them are a Pudge. It's quite cool. And actually, it's a good Pudge game. Really. I'm a big fan of this pickup. You go for fresh meat when you're a carry Pudge, I guess. I love it. The only problem with the Pudge is you have very low armor early on. So this position 3 Shaker will be a problem for you. We'll see how much the Disruptor can equalize that lane, but the Grimstroke Shaker is no laughing matter. And Hellscream is a really good Grimstroke, right? Even though it's not in the meta now, when it was, he played a lot of Grimstroke. So looking forward to seeing him do it here as well. So who do I favor? I feel like I have to go for Liga. I'm a fan of the Pudge here. Not gonna lie, the Pudge can take this game easily. I don't know, it's gonna be like Blade Mail, Aghanim Scepter probably in terms of items, but I feel like his laning phase is gonna be a little bit lacking. And generally, Liga, they've shown that their early game is much better than that of their opponents. Also, Ember Spirit, he does well versus the Quap, but this is still somewhat of a skill matchup. So if you're not careful, the Queen of Pain can come out ahead and just annoy you so much with the Shadow Strikes. So yeah, I think I'm gonna be sticking with Liga. Even though I'm a big fan of the Pudge, I feel like your lockdown on Kalmychata is very limited, and there's a Grimstroke, right? Plus the Pudge is always gonna have to be super deep in, so you're always gonna have a really clear target with your Soulbind, and then it becomes very rough for a Pango to do anything. So yeah, Kalmychata, I wish them all the best. They're playing the Pudge. If they're going out in style, and if they're staying in the tournament, they're gonna be doing it in even more. The opening screens of the game are happening, so very soon we are gonna be taken into the game to see how Liga versus Kalmychata Game 2 is going to go.
Prepare for battle.
And there we are in the game, ready for battle and ready for some carry Pudge. We saw position 4 Pudge today doing actually quite well, but let's see what we can expect from a position 1 Pudge. Actually not something to be underestimated, not by any means. But how much will it bring to the table? That's something that we're gonna have to find out.
30 seconds to battle.
Let's see, Liga still in a smoke. Kalmychata, their smokes have been have expired. They do have the meat hook on the Pudge if they want to steal that one up, and he probably will. That's usually gonna be your go-to first spell.
The battle begins.
That's gonna be it. 2 for 2 in terms of runes. Not much of a fighting going on. I think none of the wards were spotted, so none of them are gonna get dewarded. At least not just yet. And we are just gonna be getting a pretty standard start to the laning stage. I don't know if you guys love standard. I'm completely fine with it. That being said, let's see how this top lane goes. Rare Gods, him and Vierch are gonna be engaging in battle. The thing is that Vierch, he does have a couple of illusions, so could be a problem.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Can't wait to see how much this Pango gets out of this lane. On paper, the Naga and the Terrorblade should be stronger, but Pagna is not an easy hero to go up against, and Terrorblade doesn't like that heavy magical damage, so
Dire's courier has been
can't wait to see how it goes. You also have to be careful not to decrep the Terrorblade when, let's say, the shield crash is happening, so at least he takes some damage. Mid lane, it's, as I mentioned, it is a skill-based matchup. Should be Ember favored a bit, but there are situations where a Queen of Pain comes out ahead and starts bullying the Ember. So we are going to be keeping a close eye to that. But of course, the lane that we're going to be keeping the closest eye to is this Pudge lane. That is what we want to see, right? If there's going to be some hooks, if there's going to be some kills, if there's going to be something unexpected happening, it is here. However, still, Corrupted playing the Shaker, I really would want him to get a second point in the Enchant Totem in this lane in particular, because you're playing versus a Pudge. He has 2 armor, right? And that is something that you really do want to punish, especially if he gets a point in meat shield. His damage block is going to be quite high, so you would want to have an extra damage on that one hit. Also, one thing that people forget about the Pudge, he has a lot of base damage, right? Shaker is no pushover, but 82 on level 2. That is a lot of damage. Ethereal got poked there by the Shadow Strike, so this is what I was talking about, something that you have to be careful of. Usually the Quaps are just going to be threatening with the Shadow Strike, and then as soon as you go for the Sleight of Fist, he will attack you. And then he's going to bully you out of the lane. For now, offlaner is not farming super good. The carry is farming really well, but overall the differences at the moment are not that high to make any kind of a prediction on how these lanes should go. Well, there's the Repulsion actually helping with Inkswell. That's something that you see every day. Oh, the hook. Corrupted. He did have a bad time in the previous game, and now he's gonna die. Pima is surviving, going into the tower. The extra armor, it is not gonna be keeping him alive, but now the Pudge getting close to Hellscream. He's gonna be able to get this kill as well. Fine Art, maybe. Nope. He was the first one to be hit there, Woe, so he will be surviving. That is gonna be 2 Flesh Heap stacks for Woe. Oh boy, is he going to be happy. That's a big deal. That is a really big deal that the Pudge gets those early kills, and this is what we wanted to see. We wanted to see the X Factor Pudge work, and it is working. Well, as we say it, immediately he's going to be taken out. But that's fine. It happens. Meanwhile, top lane, Terrorblade continuing to farm. Not really bullying the Panga out of the lane, but he is getting a little bit more than him. Mid lane completely even, so this said skill-based matchup. It seems that both of our mid laners are very skilled. That's what we want to see. Yerk going for Rare Gods, being a little bit annoying there. He is in a lot of trouble on Yerk, and yeah, he will be going down. With the Metamorphosis being used, the Terrorblade will be able to get a return kill, and now turning around onto Anko. You have to run with this Pango, or you're going to be next on the menu as well. He did have some 1 charges to work with, and nice dodge on the Shield Crash. Even the Disruptor coming over, well, Violent is a bit too strong, not really taking all that much damage from the creeps. Glimpse is available. He's trying to run away. Violent, he did have some 1 charges, surviving because of it, and the Stroke of Fate misses, but Terrorblade survives either way, having a healing salve and being a hero that doesn't really have all that much HP. He's going to be able to come back to full. However, he doesn't have the Metamorphosis any longer. Ethereal. Try to annoy Erase. He doesn't have his level 6 just yet. The Deluge is there. Blood Grenade as well. Jumping in. No level 6 on Erase, but maybe with Hellscream being here, they can get the kill. Another Shadow Strike. He does have bottle charges to work with. Ethereal will live. Barely, but he will live. He wants his level 6. Whoa, also kills Corrupted. Being left all alone in that lane for this attempt at the mid lane will kill him. And also the Quap in a little bit of trouble. He'll be able to blink away, almost dying to the Nether Ward of the Pugna. That was very, very close. Something that you're going to have to be wary of with this Quap if you want to play on the edge. So Race now, he gets his level 6. If he had the Sonic Wave earlier, it resulted in a kill. Ethereal didn't really heal all that much in his base. Didn't wait to heal back up to full, so he put himself in a vulnerable position. He does have a Remnant back, so on paper he should be fine. Still quite dangerous.
Dire are scanning.
Yerch.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Full there. He did secure a nice lane for the Terrorblade. Despite all of these kills, the Pudge isn't really that far ahead of the TB. He participated in 3 kills, but that in itself is a big deal. He did go for an Urn, so it's not going to be a Blade Mail into a Aghanims. It's going to be an Urn into an Aghanims.
Radiant are scanning.
Let's see, Pima. Getting some obs and sentries down. Always rotating there as well. He wants to kill this Queen of Pain. If they get a hook into Dismember, they can easily get the kill. He needs to mark him. There's the change. Just running in for the Dismember. Nothing to cancel it. There's the silence, but in the end, he dies. And now they do have the hook. He's going to be waiting for it. Misses on it in the end. Could have maybe just ran in to Hellscream. And that is something they're going to be doing right now with the Glimpse. Body blocking him. And there goes the Rot. Woe gets the kill. The Sponge, for now, is working out really well for them, and having a Pugna, they should make short work of this tower. There's no glyph on Liga. 2 of their heroes are dead. The tower does look like a goner. This is really big. When an Ember Spirit kills the tower early, it really does change a lot.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Like, quite a lot.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Well, bottom. Corrupted. Gonna get marked. They get the hook, and with the Dismember, this should be a dead shaker. They don't want to get close. They don't want a big Echo Slam Silence. Onto the Pudge. Corrupted. Running forward. He's thinking about the Echo. He will decide against the Glyphs being used. He dies before he does get delivered there. So it's going to be another Flesh Heap stack for the Pudge. 5 in total right now. 7 extra strength. That is actually not to be underestimated. This guy is going to be a problem as the game progresses. And he's already starting on his Aghanim Scepter.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Uncle. Pushing out the wave a little bit. He does have level 6, but he hasn't skilled up his ulti just yet. So Pango is waiting with that one. Rolling Thunder, we talked about it. Their only real lockdown spell. However, with the rotations of the Pudge and him always being there with the Dismember, it really does make a pretty nice difference. If they could kill this TB, it could be huge. However, Violent is already in a pretty defensive spot. Yeah. Gonna be taking Vierk down.
Dire's top tower.
Things are really looking up. Flattifist Chains getting away from the Inkswell. Ethereal is out for now.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
He's gonna be getting a shield rune. Very nice for him. Blade Mail on the menu for the Ember, so despite the nerfs, he's gonna be going for it. Quap also doing the same, so Quap is just gonna be a little bit of a weaker version of the Queen of Pain from the previous patch. Yes, that should be good enough. As Liga, they're rotating towards the top lane. The pushing power of the other side, it's decent, but it still took them a decent amount of time. Let's see if they can make something happen. Anko, he still hasn't skilled up his ulti, uses the shield crash, but doesn't look like he's gonna die before using his ulti there. Not even attempting at it. One thing we also haven't discussed is the Queen of Pain Sonic Wave versus the Pango. It's actually quite annoying to play against it because it stops you in your tracks, slows you down quite a lot. It's quite annoying, to be honest.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
That being said, Kalmychata,
Radiant's top
they're looking towards Corrupted, and with the Static Storm, nowhere to go, nowhere to hide. The Pudge is in the vicinity. Whoa, running forward. Hook is there. Rot as well. A couple of more hits, and that is going to be another Flesh Heap stack for Woe.
Dire's bottom tower
We usually emphasize the chains into a hook combo when there's a Pudge and an Ember Spirit, but it also works with a core Pudge. They might not be starting to do it super early, but they're gonna do it once the time comes.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Let's see. Well, Scream going for some stacks. Terrorblade would love those. He still hasn't died a single time in this game, Violent, and he's having a really good one. However, it is a night and day difference to what we have experienced in the previous game. Rare Gods, continuing to farm. Pagna going for a Glimmer Cape, has the Sister Shroud. Not going to be an easy hero to bring down by any means. Already has the Arcane Boost, the most farm support, but every single support is relative to each other, I want to say.
A tool to teach.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Race. Showing his face in the mid lane, a little bit dangerous, right? You never know what can go your way. And he is getting some of these stacks corrupted. Also getting them as well. He needs his Blink Dagger, so maybe the big ones should be left to the Shaker. Yeah, Corrupted is calling it out. Give it to me. He's 600 gold away from the Blink Dagger. Speaking about big items, Pudge is 500 gold away from his full Aghanim Scepter. And that is hella scary. The damage output increases quite significantly. TP to the bottom lane. They want to be behind the Pudge. Violent. Popping his Metamorphosis. Looking towards Ethereal. Rare Gods. Pushing aggressively. He doesn't have the crep. They cancel out this life drain. He's going to be using his Thunder. I don't think that changes anything here. Well, the Sleep might. Violent is not taking any damage from the Rolling Thunder. Ember doesn't have that much mana. Gonna get silenced up either way. Raze coming in. Sonic Wave being used, but the heals are there. And Ethereal is surviving through it all. They will lose the Grimstroke. Hanko getting the kill. Ethereal is dropping low. Gonna be going to his Remnant. And in the end, still dropping down. Violent is the one who picks up the kill. So definitely a win for Liga. However, while this is happening, look at the Shaker. Look at the Pudge. He's just farming and finishing off his Aghanims on the enemy side of the map. And they will be stealing the enemy Wisdom Shrine as well. Shaker is working towards his Blink Dagger. However, the other offlaner, the Pango, will be getting his Diffusal Blade before. Big goal lead for Kalmychata. They are definitely the ones that are in control of this game. I don't know if that's going to be changing anytime soon. Does look like they are in full control of what's going on with the smoke now. Moving towards the mid lane, they decide to stay in the triangle for the time being. A little bit dangerous here for a race. He should try to blink out, waiting for the glimpse. Static Storm is there. He took too long, and Woe just goes in. Overtime damage is just insane how much they do.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
It's just dumb. So now the tier 2 is on the menu with the Nether Blast. They are going to be getting it low. I don't think they're going to be getting it down in this push, but the tower will definitely be in a little bit of trouble. Smoke from Liga. Finally, they have that Blink Dagger on the Shaker. They want to use it. Ethereal will be found. Silence is there. Follow-up stuns. A couple of hits. Where's the heals? There it is. Comes from the Pugna. The Ink Swell. It's not enough. He's still alive. If he gets out with a Remnant, it's going to be huge. They're just all dying. Finally, he's going to be left for dead, and they will be putting the Phantom's Embrace onto this Pugna, pushing him away. They have so many stuns to stop his life drain, but he was life draining so long to keep the Ember Spirit alive. Oh boy, that was so dangerous. That was so dangerous. Imagine if he had survived that.
It's not in my nature, but
Violent goes back into the jungle. How's he looking on the Terrorblade? Manta almost done. He needs 1,000 gold. I always repeat it. I'm never getting used to the Manta being worth 1550 on the recipe. The recipe used to always be like a symbolic amount of gold. It used to be made from the ultimate orb, but I guess those times are long gone. Pudge is hunting for Violent in the top lane. Won't be able to find him just yet. That tower does look like he's going to be in a lot of trouble now. They do have the siege creep, so I'll be doing a decent amount of damage to it. Again, not going to fall. But it's so hard for Liga to play because they themselves haven't taken a single tower. Ethereal is going to be going for the Sanjan Kaya. Violent. Manta 200 gold away. Still only a 1k gold lead. The Pudge is still a big threat, especially now when he gets the Blink Dagger, which is pretty much around the corner. But he's still against the Terrorblade, right? So Meat Shield will help you versus the illusions, but at some point the Stevie will start doing massive amounts of damage. They found the Ember, Phantom's Embrace is there, Silence, Net as well, nowhere to go, nowhere to hide. Even with the Nether Ward up on the high ground, Liga didn't really care. They did take a decent amount of damage though. Rare Gods, they're looking towards him, Blood Grenade being used, the race, thinking about blinking in. Would be a little bit too scary, but just from afar, they're killing Rare Gods. He's going to be getting the life drain off, Corrupted. He does stop it immediately. Shadow Strike will be connecting. There's the Soul Bind. It immediately gets taken out because, well, the target dies. And they didn't stop the Rolling Thunder. But now they want to fight because there's no more Rolling Thunder. Hellscream will be dying there with Inkswell onto him. Phantom's Embrace still standing strong. Erase trying to do as much damage as he can. It's not enough. But the Pudge joining in the fight. That is a huge one. Violent takes him down as well. And now he leaves the Pango all alone. He's going to be reeled into an Echo Slam. And a full 5-man wipe will ensue. Liga. What a turnaround of the game. They equalize the kill count, but they take over the game. They bring down their first tower and are now ahead. They only needed one perfect move, and this was it. The game is now in their favor, and this Terrorblade is ahead of everybody by a pretty huge margin. Immediately after that fight, some items are going to start flying out. Mainly this Yules from the Co-op. Manta on the Terrorblade was done there, and he does have the Dragonlance as well. We'll see if the Scotty will be next. Does look like it. You might decide to go for a BKB early in this game, because even with an early BKB, the Terrorblade scales to be the strongest hero in this game. So you can get away with an early BKB. Sometimes it's dangerous to do, but I think in this game in particular, it should be fine.
Dire's courier has been killed.
So Liga, they got a 2k gold lead. Not insurmountable, but Violent has got like, out of 13 kills, he's got 9. He's participated in 11 kills. Usually, we see him as this guy who just likes hitting creeps. But if an opportunity arises for him to join fights, or maybe if his team needs him to join the fights, that is exactly what he's going to be doing. So Kalmychata, after that kind of a start, they probably feel a little bit lost right now in what they're supposed to do. They still have that Blink Dagger on the Pudge. Once he gets the BKB, things change for the better. However, you still need to utilize this time when the Terrorblade is not getting its next item. And, well, that Hurricane Pike is almost there. Charge for Hellscream. That'd be nice. The thing is, when you have the fine art facet, the Aghanim Shard isn't that great. Because you cannot activate the Inkswell and just instantly purge somebody. But it still does help, right? If, let's say, Terrorblade survives just because of it, gets a little bit of a heal and uses the Sunder, that can completely change the outcome of a fight. Hurricane Pike is ready on the TB. Also has to be careful of the Soulbind Sunder. You always look at the HP of the second target, not the one that you're using it on if there's a Soulbind. Hema gonna get jumped on, silenced up as well. Phantom's Embrace is there. They want to kill him before he uses a single spell and will be able to do it. Erase, he's quite healthy, will be blinking away. The rest of his team is coming, but they're gonna need some help. Ember gonna be continuing with the chase. Blink is ready for the quaff, but the poor Hellscream, he can't do it. He did use the Soulbind before going down, which isn't really going to be doing that much. And Terrorblade is coming from the other side. Here comes the Echo Slam as well. They want Tanko dead. Terrorblade will be able to take him out. A couple more hits. No, it's not enough. He did have that Ghost Scepter. And finally, Violent will be getting that one last hit into him. Now Net onto the Emperor. He wants him dead as well. Gets super close. But the Emperor looks like he might be able to escape. Going to be looking towards the Pug that takes him out. And Erase will be following down. Ethereal gets him with a Scream of Pain. And finally, they do kill 3 heroes, 2 of which are going to be cores, whilst they do lose a core in the support. But the Shaker, even in the previous game, he really didn't mind dying. So I feel like this is good enough. As long as Violent is surviving in this fight, that is the only thing that matters. Yeah, he's going for a Daedalus. He's not even going for some status items like a Scotty or a Butterfly. He just wants to go for a straight-up Daedalus. I feel like Violent's item choices have been kind of greedy in the series thus far, but the thing is, they're ahead and he can get away with it. I think that's the main point to take away from this. So Liga, 7k gold ahead, and I feel like that's gonna continue rising. The Pudge is getting close to the BKB. So that's gonna help. Anything else big that's coming? Pango has the Aghanim Scepter. Well, that's gonna be a nice hook and a pretty dead Shaker. They do stop the Rolling Thunder with the Soulbind, and there's gonna be a glimpse. They're wanting Hellscream as well. It looks very much dead. 2 kills, pretty fast. Whoa, gets it there. Even more flesh keep stacks. He has 20 strength extra. That's extra 2,000 gold net worth if you want to look at it through Ogre Axes. Definitely not bad. He's gonna be going for Shiva's Guard on the Pudge. How is the vision looking in this game? I mean, some pretty nice aggressive wards from Kalmychata. Liga, we only have this ward in the mid lane. Well, that's more of a fighting ward than anything else. Maybe see a rune and be ready for Roche, but the Roche is going to be moving towards the top lane. So Kalmychata should have a bit of a vision advantage the next couple of minutes. Unless Liga makes something happen right now. And that is big, right? Sleight of Fist chains or just remnant chains into a hook. A perfect way to start off a fight. Especially once now the Pudge has his BKB. You pop the BKB, you eat somebody, and there's nothing they can do about it. Maybe Naga will buy a shard and then you try to counteract the damage, but the heals are not going to be that high, especially once he gets the Shiva. He already has the Aghanim Scepter, so the reduction is there already. And once you get the Shiva, it's going to be even more so. So Yerk getting some wards out of the way. Violent dealing with a tower. That's going to be the last tier 1 that the Liga are going to be taken out. I feel like Liga, there's one thing that they're really not good at, and that's taking down towers throughout the game. It doesn't even have to be early towers. That has been a reoccurring theme, I think, in a couple of tournaments for them right now, and has cost them quite a lot. They don't know how to, or they don't do it in the best way of approaching towers, warding around them, getting a fight and the objective. Their movements individually are fine. Their idea of when they're stronger are fine. Fighting in open areas, they're good at that as well. But just under enemy objectives, they seem to be lacking a bit. And now Terrorblade is going to be under vision. So that deep force from Kalmychata giving them so much info. There's going to be a haste rune. Pima picks it up, finds the Shaker. Needs to be a little bit careful. He doesn't have the BKB. He went for a Kai, but Erase will be taking down Pima. Rolling Thunder, nice heals to stop it there. gonna be used. They will be buying back on the Disruptor. He's not really that strong of a hero. Terrorblade dropping low. He needs the Thunder target. He needs it now. And whoa, he will be losing his BKB. There's the Thunder. Whoa, is so low. Where's the vision? Go Scepter. Going to be used, actually. That's gonna be the Decrep. Now onto the Ember. They go. The stuns are there. And finally, the attack will follow him through. That's gonna be a 3-for-0 with buyback being used on Kalmychata. And still, they don't get a single hero. It was just so dangerous there, though. If their Pudge had died, it would have been even worse. But they didn't have vision, and then the Decrep was a very big problem for them. Afterwards, still, you get 3 kills. You walk into the Roche Pit. Violent continues to dominate the game. He's level 20 on this Terrorblade. And now he will have an Aegis. So next time, even if you decide to just focus him down, it is going to be much, much tougher to do so. Even if he doesn't get the Sunder off, the second life will still be available. While working towards his Shiva, he definitely needs more armor. Sure, Shiva is an amazing damage item for the Pudge, but armor is also something that you're lacking versus a Terrorblade. You need as much of it as you can get. It's just starting to look easy for Liga. Bima doesn't have a buyback. They're aware of this. Man, Corrupted and his Kayasha, man. Still think it's unnecessary. There's now a Ether Lens on the Grimstroke, a big deal. Gonna be much, much easier for him to connect with the Soul Bind onto the Pango. He doesn't have to get that close. Well, Woe finding himself a solo kill. Naga didn't have a song. And he didn't have his Glimmer Cape either, so very nice catch by the Pudge. Now there is also a Blink Dagger on the Pango. Very much needed, especially with an Ether Lens on the Grimstroke now. Having a better ability to catch Rolling Thunder, Blinkin, Terrorblade is gonna have to be in trouble. He got stuck there. It wasn't the Soul Bind that annoyed him. Phantom's Embrace comes back. Violent, he's stuck between a tree and a fissure. Very weird spot to be in, but he did have the Hurricane Bike to work with, so... Oh, actually didn't. Either way, it wouldn't have been a problem with the Aegis. Next item on the menu going to be a Scotty, so he understands that he's going to be needing some stats. I'll scream. Playing around with his Stroke of Fate. Well, that should be the mid lane tower. Nobody's coming to defend it. Violent, he does do a decent amount of damage. His Metamorphosis was just used, but they don't really have creeps on the top lane. So we'll see if it's going to be able to persist until they come over so he can push down another tower. Pudge can get blocked in by the Fissure. He cannot escape. The Cap should be fine, being healed up by the Pugna as well. Phantom's Embraces are continuing to connect. He cannot take him away. And here comes the Quap to finish off Rare Gods. He doesn't have a buyback. Woe will be surviving barely though. Silence onto Ethereal. Where's the Sunder target? He's going to be needing to use it onto Hellscream. And Ethereal now, he's the one that has to be careful. Going to be going back to the base with the Remnant as the sleep was used to protect the 2 supports of Liga. Man Anko on the high ground. They do have a Rolling Thunder, so the ability to fight is there. The Metamorphosis is expiring, but the Rage jumps in. He has the shard, gonna be getting that Echo Slam. Perfect jump from Corrupted. There's gonna be a nice hook onto Anko, but they don't care. A long-range Fissure and the Race is just jumping in like a madman. He's not gonna be waiting to get jumped himself. He will be the one doing the initiation in this game, and he's doing it perfectly with the shard. The Sonic Boom, the silences are just so hard to deal with. He's setting up for Fissures, he's setting up for Phantom Embraces, and he's setting up for Violent to continue his push. He does have the shard with the Demon Zeal. Pushing down these towers is going to be easy, and Rare Gods will be disconnecting, pausing the game. But can this pause help them even one bit? Can they recuperate? Can they think about what they need to do? They don't have the glyphs, so it's looking very much like this lane of Rax will be falling. Still disconnected on the Pugna. So we are going to be waiting on his return. League are 18k gold ahead, and this game looks very, very hard for Kalmychata. After that kind of a stomp in the previous game, the game lasted for 40 minutes. There is a chance that this one lasts less, right? Around 35 minutes. It's weird how Dota works sometimes. Stomps are not easy games to finish fast. That's just how it goes because your opponents are going to be very, very conservative. 41 minutes and 21 seconds was the previous game. And it was, let me check, a 20 minutes in, 15k gold, 16k gold, 20 minutes in, and they were versus an alchemist. 20 minutes in, the enemy position 4 was ahead of every other core other than the alchemist. Oh, okay, so he lost power on Pagna, so we might be here a little bit while he returns, unless he has a PC game club very close, like an internet cafe. I feel like the rules are 10 minutes. This is possibly their last game of the tournament. You don't necessarily want to GG out, even though they could, right? I wouldn't blame them, but you don't want to do it. You just don't. It would be pretty bad to go out from a tournament because somebody lost his power. I mean, you're losing the game anyway, so you know it's not looking good either way. But still, it would be a bummer. Well, hopefully we get some info. We'll see what our production says, what our admins say, what is going to be the verdict, how long it's going to be. I feel like Liga are probably not going to be giving them their own pause time. They probably just want to get this over with, though you never know. Liga players are actually quite nice, so. Well. Okay, so it is a 15-minute is the pause. After that, it is gonna be a forfeit. That is the call. That is the rules. So admins have spoken. With that being said, guys, I'm going to let you go for a break, or I'm going to let myself go for a break. We're going to be taking a break until the Pugna comes back. If he doesn't, we're going to be back here just to announce that Liga are going to be going into the playoffs. So stay tuned, and hopefully we will be right back. Yeah, Pagna didn't come back. His power didn't come back, unfortunately, and Kalmychata will be leaving this tournament with a forfeit. Uh, I mean, good chance that they definitely would have lost in the next 5 minutes anyway, so they just kind of got to enjoy the 15-minute pause in the tournament. But ultimately, Liga today, they were the better team, and this was the fourth game that they were winning versus Kalmychata. The first two, they won on the first day of the tournament versus them, and I mean, they won the first one with the stomp here, and this one they were winning as well. So I'd say that we've got the four best teams: Zero Tenacity, Yellow Submarine, Next Level, and Liga team that are going to be going into the playoffs to, from the 20th of August, face off versus the four directly invited teams: OG, Four Pirates, Pash UA, and Mouse. With that, we will conclude our today's show. We will conclude the group stage, and we will see you all in 2 days for more great Dota here at the CCT.